Oh, welcome. Didn't see you there. Welcome to welcome to Baba Yaga's Dancing Hut, the Witch Hunters. And what a wonderful day it is to be running D&D 5e. So, last we left off, the party had ventured through the portal leading to the Feywild, tumbled through the canopy, collapsing onto one of the very overgrown trunks and tree branches of this strange frilled timber forest. Suddenly, they had a beast collapsing through the canopy as well. It was running from something. Arrows and fresh wounds could be seen over the body. And as it charged towards you, you managed to get into a formation that defended everyone. I think it was Tanner's shield bash that knocked it from the branch before it could snap its jaws around you. Um, as it jumped back up, you guys put it down, put it out of its misery with a series of quick strikes. And then the howl of wolves. In the distance, the wild hunt came charging. They were many hunters outnumbering you guys. You didn't seek to fight or piss these guys off, but they seemed as though they had been dealt a slight because they claimed that you had stolen their kill, and it's either you die as thieves of the hunt or you join them as hunters, prey or hunter. And yeah, you definitely chose the latter in that regard. They told you that if you're joining them, that you must carve a trophy and bring the meat as a prize back to the lodge, and it was going to be in celebration in honor of their previous huntmaster, who, according to them, had died in um, a blood moon hunt where someone had challenged his reign. There was a ceremony that took place, and during which a new constellation was seen in the night sky, one of a gnome hunter with a bow outstretched, and they called it Orin, the hunter. He was the one who defeated the previous huntmaster. Unfortunately, he died in battle as well, and now they're kind of leaderless. Except you definitely detected there was some sort of undead-ish presence from coming from one of them, but not undead in the fact that they have subverted life, but more maybe a spiritual type of undeath, where there's this sort of endless cycle of life. And they even used that word, a cycle, something that must be preserved in their hunt. As you were looking around the campfire and feasting and drinking, you noticed they were all wearing these animal-like masks over their faces. You couldn't see any of their actual, um, their actual faces. And it wasn't long before Grizz joined in the revelry and finally collapsed after consuming much alcohol. He started to suddenly grow a bear skin over his head, like the one he wore when you first met him, but that got burnt up. So it was very startling to see him suddenly growing this mask over his face. You quickly woke him up and dragged him aside and realized this isn't right. Something's not right here. And as you asked, I believe it was Sev, the Quiver, what happens to people who join the hunt, and if you could go to sleep because you needed rest, he said in a very kind of nostalgic voice. He sort of said like, "You should not sleep here, lest you lose yourself." And he kind of almost felt a little bit disconnected from the world for a moment, and then he kind of snapped back out of it and went back to feasting and drinking. At that point, you guys were in a bit of a panic, noticing that perhaps Grizz had started losing his memories of who you guys were and becoming kind of more primal and uh, yeah. instinctual. In the end, you were tasked with getting the drinks in. You were told that you were supposed to go to a winery owned by Resden, the satyr. He is also the same satyr who apparently delivers wine to all kinds of customers across different realms. So he's well known in these parts. And he told you to pay whatever he asked. And so you guys set off down the mountain, past through the Hunter's Lodge, and you were approaching the right direction until Grizz somehow got a little bit distracted. You're trying to find the way. You're trying to find the crown of thorns. It's supposedly where he resides, but you got sidetracked into a peaceful location where you heard the kind of wind chimes, and as you drew closer to this, I'm going to drag you to a new map. As you drew closer to this little copse of trees, you noticed how peaceful and calming the atmosphere was. This idyllic spot was the perfect place to rest, and Ember just couldn't resist it any longer. And as you got right up to the caryatid, you noticed there was a book almost covered in moss lying in the center. And the trees themselves, one of them in particular, has these very humanoid-like features: arms for branches, legs and feet for roots. And there's almost like a face on the bark, but instead of a face, it's sort of just two pinholes or knots of wood where eyes would be. Either way, they didn't seem to be stopping you or even taking any notice. They didn't show any signs of motion or life. They were as still as the rest of the trees. And as you all hunkered in, there was this calming and tranquil sensation. The soft moss was like a carpet. The shade was the perfect temperature, and the darkness was almost kind of the perfect lighting to sort of doze off and fall asleep. And as you flick through the pages of this journal, it seems as though someone else describes the same feeling of not wanting to leave, and almost as if this is their perfect destination. They've found like paradise. Why would they ever want to leave? And that's where we left off. So you've taken a short rest here. You spent like an hour.
Are there any signs of clothing left behind, a body, anything signs of that this person wrote this book? And what language is the book in?
This would be in Elvish.
Okay, so then I think Daya read it, right?
Yeah, you would probably have.
Yeah, I have it.
But
I have English, and I think Tanner does too.
yes.
Yeah,
But
both elves. Yeah.
does the can we tell from the beginning of the book who this person was before they got to the clearing?
This is a strange thing. You come to the front of the book, and it talks as though this book is a series of books. Ones that have been like hidden and stowed away, almost as if they're leaving them as breadcrumbs for someone to collect.
What?
And so, yeah, it, like effectively, the starting of the book says like, well done, you've finally found another one of my journals. And it says this one has just as many interesting entries as the last one. I hope you find the one after that as well.
Is there any kind of Daya? That's kind of. Is there any kind of series or numbers or cataloging of these books? Anything in there?
I don't know. Is there any indication of?
Okay. So there is an indication that this is a young female elf who has been traveling with her family for many years. and it seems as though they live in a tribe of elves that cross between the borders of their forest, their home, and this forest, a strange mystical one. But it doesn't really make note of, oh, now we're in the Feywild. It actually just talks about very strange discoveries and weird creatures. Like, it's not obvious that they know where they are. And yeah, it's more like a journal of study about like little discoveries they found and notes on strange creatures.
Is there any kind of cataloging though? Like does it say how many books there are? Is there any kind of table of contents? You found volume number 31 of 48. Like, is there anything like that?
No, there isn't, and they don't appear to be needing to be in chronological order because they detail all kinds of things. Though there is kind of an underlying story, there seems. Um, though they're not, they don't have to be strictly in alphabetical order. But for example, if you just opened up one little entry, it says, here we go. Let's find one. Oh yeah, so here it says, yeah, apparently if you see cerulean wisps, they're like ghostly lights by the river. Apparently if you see one, you should eat 3 twigs of marshroot to ward off the kelpies. It's a strange superstition, but this
What
is a
is
superstitious place.
what does that mean? Diet kelpies? What are those?
Kelpies? I'm assuming it's some sort of water monster. Couldn't be sure. Not too sure what cerulean wisps are.
Does anyone know what a wisp is?
Yeah, I think everyone knows what a wisp is.
Okay.
Is there any description of anything relating to the hunt or any of the creatures that we've already seen here?
Yeah, let's have a look. Gonna open my notes again.
I swear to God, if it just says like, "I ignore these hunt guys. They're talking a load of bollocks," you can sleep.
Load of bollocks.
Okay. Oh, God. So, hunted. So, it does speak of the wild hunt, but it's a force that should be avoided at best of times. They are quite a savage bunch. Although the Feywild is a place of life, the wild hunt almost seem contradictory. That they inflict death upon so many wild animals. I imagine their lodge to be one of a horrendous sight. I can't imagine so many living things mounted on their walls as trophies. There's a saddened, very upsetting sort of tone that she talks about, and you get the idea that her being an elf from a forest, she's very in tune with nature. She would never want to harm a living thing. So the idea of killing and hunting, it's abhorrent to her.
Okay. Dia, Eddie, do you see Eddie? It doesn't look like this probably left here from a while ago. I don't think she's still here.
It's hard to say. Passes strangely in here, and elven made things don't age the way that many things do at the best of times. I don't know what to make of this place, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Uh,
I have to think. I can't even concentrate on this. Chris, please, just stop slapping me. I just need a bit of a nap. Uh,
I'm also napping. Don't
good.
worry.
It's time
Do you think?
to. It's
We're not getting
Do you
up
think it's
anytime
safe
soon,
to
are
nap
we?
now that now that we're away from the hunt? Do you think it's safe to sleep?
yeah. These trees look like they'll protect us. The hunt would have probably damaged this place already. As long as if we see wisps, what did she say? Three twigs of something.
3 twigs of marsh root. Yes.
Keep it close by, Dia. Some marsh root. Well, you and Tanner, you guys don't need to sleep like Riz and I do. Keep it close by. If you see any wisps, just do what it says. We should be okay, I think.
I mean, I'm sure I can't do much harm us at least attempting our meditation.
Just seems
I
like
think
things
you're
here are
probably right.
different. They seem to be offended by things that would normally not be offensive. Maybe cracking a twigs might upset these trees, but hopefully not. I'm not sure. I'm too tired to even give a fuck. I just need to. I need to
As
sleep.
they're saying this, you're reading the next passage, and it's the last passage. It's talking about what a wondrous sight. A Sylvian carotid. It's almost alluring me in. I can't help but be curious. And
What's she call it? Sorry.
a Sylvian
Sylvian carotid.
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 Yeah. Caryatid is like what is the caryatid? It's like like a coliseum, or no, that's not the right word. Like a
It's
architectural
yeah,
column.
it's when you have a column, but it's in the shape of a person rather than just a column.
There's our
Exactly.
Jeopardy contestant.
Yeah.
Very
You see them
nice.
in Greek architecture, and
Yeah.
yes, and Egyptian architecture, I guess.
Egyptian architecture, yeah, a lot of ancients did that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
So
cool.
like these
This
this tree trunk would be a caryatid, yeah.
Yeah, this figure. Okay,
Here we go. I'll just
understood.
see what happens if I copy this image. Give you an example. Yeah, like that.
Okay. Yep.
Oh,
Thank you.
okay, gotcha.
Okay.
Ember
And
will try to sleep again. He's can't go on.
the passage goes on, and it's describing much what it seems as though. Actually, can you roll an insight, both Tanner and Dia?
At
Insight?
disadvantage.
Yeah, because it seems as though Grizz and Ember are kind of acting a little bit strange. Okay, cool.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, I don't trust this
So Grizz said,
this
"No,
this luring in.
yeah." Grizz said, "We
Yeah.
can't sleep," and he slapped Ember before, and you might be feeling a little bit fatigued. So, thankfully, though, even with disadvantage, Dia got a 19. Fantastic. So, it's mentioning in the book what Grizz was mentioning as well. Like, I hope I don't have to be in a rush. I'm sure I'm not too far behind the others. I'll just rest here a while. And then a few passages later, it's like, I think I've lost track of time. Don't know how long I've been here. I only went for a small nap, and it's like almost some of the moss has grown on my backpack.
Yikes.
And then it says, feels like those who enter this copse never leave, perhaps. Maybe they find peace here and take root, becoming part of the ever-growing grove.
Oh shit.
So what if we
Yep.
take a nap just outside of it?
I was thinking the same thing. Let's get out of this place. Come on.
That's the
I'm
last passage, by the way. I think
Yep.
I'll just have another 5 more minutes.
okay, I'm gonna take the book and I'm gonna grab Ember as and drag him outside of
Stop,
the
Diet.
Oh, really?
Cops.
You're leaving me with the heavy one? Come
I'd
on,
like
Grizz.
Ember. I'd like Ember to roll a Wisdom saving throw with disadvantage, and if you're grabbing Grizz, he also gonna roll that.
How come I don't? Oh, there they are. Saves. Wisdom with disadvantage. That's gonna be trouble. Me. I highly doubt I pass this. Nope.
No. So earlier on, when you was there for about a good hour, this sort of feeling sunk in. You took root in this place and never really wanted to leave. Even your aspirations of becoming Sultan sort of sifted away, and you almost completely forgot about it.
Okay.
Then,
Okay, Ember, snap out of it. Let's go.
oh yeah, so as a result of this, you don't want to leave.
No, I'm staying here, Naya. This is my place. This is my
What about
this is my place of
what about Gaidia? What about becoming Sultan and you know having Tanner as your vizier and ruling
uh,
over all the people with an iron fist?
Let me just
Doesn't that
remember.
sound fun?
Idea is so ugly, so old, so unevolved, so unnatural. This is look how
But it could be
beautiful it is, Daya.
yours, yeah?
This I
It's
could stay here and rule. I could become Lord of the Feywild, Master of the Wild Hunt. This
Sorry, Chris. Can
just
you
like
move that
Orin, I
character
could
on?
become.
okay. Why don't we
Thank you.
leave this little circle
Uh,
and we'll go out. We'll see if there's any other people to conquer. Yes?
I don't have
Come on,
time,
come on.
Daya. I don't have time. Time. I need to
Exactly.
sleep.
No time to
I
nap.
don't. I refuse. I'm staying here, Daya.
So do I. I'm
Oh.
hugging Ember. We're staying. We're spooning on in the tree.
Fuck away from me, Grizz.
Oh,
Okay. Right. Come here, and I'm just going to grab him.
I'm on 2 HP.
You will also forever be on 2 HP if you stay here forever.
I'm dying. All right, you'll have to make me.
I'm not going anywhere.
Yep, that's
I
fine.
will.
You don't have to go anywhere, but I will be taking you somewhere.
Tanner, we have to stay here. Trust me.
I fireman lift him. Just
What?
yeet over the shoulder.
Yeah, roll an
Can I
athletics.
try to stop him from doing this?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
Acrobatics or athletics.
mine's obviously a disadvantage.
Ooh,
Oh, natural 20! Well, it's a 20 anyway.
It's a
Uh,
20.
athletics. This is at disadvantage to.
Oof. Yep.
Like,
Okay, you are
Oh.
twisted up. No trouble whatsoever.
Stop it, Tanner! I start slapping his face. Stop! We have to stay! We have to stay! Stop! What are you
As
doing?
you
Breach the
go
circle!
to leave, Tanner,
No! No!
you see all the branches suddenly reach out,
Look what you're doing,
and
Tanner!
even the kind of bark on the trees kind of spreads out, and it makes each gap between the trees that much slimmer, like tiny holes, tiny slits in the tree line. And as you try to find a nice, easier route and go maybe in a larger gap, that gap almost feels like it's closing in as you're approaching it. The branches kind of twist and close it up.
I mean, we can't stay here.
No.
Uh,
What is Grizz doing as Ember is being carted out?
Grizz is making angels in the moss.
Stop! I'll cast message point at one of the trees. Say, stop him! He's trying to take me away.
Ooh.
Ooh.
You suddenly see the head of this tree, which was perfectly still before, suddenly turn with this creaking noise.
Oh, I'm gonna have to knock Ember out.
Oh
Oh.
no!
Oh wait, hold on. I
It turns
can
Can we
black.
talk?
I cast firebolt at the gap between the trees, so I can shoot away the twigs that are trying to stop us, the branches.
Yep, roll a
Good
hit.
plan. Good plan.
And obviously I didn't hear that message, so I can't respond. But
If you're holding me, you probably might. If you make, because I have to whisper it, so you
Oh,
might have
you
heard
have
it.
to whisper it? I mean,
I
I'll
think
roll
I
it
have.
just
Do I have
in
to whisper it?
case.
Let me check.
Oh, yeah, I definitely heard it.
Let
Yeah.
me check message and see
Uh,
spell book.
It is a
No,
verbal spell.
Oh, in fact, wouldn't it
Message.
realistically be my passive perception anyway?
Whisper a message. Yes. So I whispered it. So I don't
Yeah.
know. That's up to Chris.
He's over the back of you. I'm gonna say with that perception check because he's looking for a way out at the moment anyway. And as he kind of stops, find the way, he would hear you kind of like over his shoulder.
And
And
yeah, then in that case, from that, he'd probably say, "Don't antagonize them," and that's when the firebolt will go.
okay, the firebolt, as you try to target the gap, did you say you're not actually trying to hit the trees?
I'm trying to hit the branches that are closing it.
They immediately kind of stretch open and leave a gap big enough that the firebolt flies through without hitting or impacting anything.
Okay, that's actually good. Cool. So
They
yeah,
begin to slowly close back up though.
yeah,
You
yeah,
need to be
yeah. So
quick.
I'm just going to be fireball run or firebolt and run.
Okay.
Stop it, Tanner! You're
Just
hurting them. They're hurting
give
the
me,
trees.
give
Tanner,
me
stop!
one last athletics check as you pass the barrier.
19.
Okay. You feel a root suddenly coalesce around your feet, almost like it's trying to trip you up, but it doesn't feel intended for that. It feels more like it's trying to like hold you or even maybe embrace you, and you're able to like wrestle past it, and you eventually get
Can I reach
just
for the root to try to hold on to the root?
uh you could, but I'm gonna say you've got to be his athletics check.
All right. Amber will attempt it. He'll fail, but he'll attempt it.
Okay.
Checks. Skills. Athletics. Let's go with athletics.
And Tanner, I'd like one last wisdom saving throw with advantage because you're an elf.
I fail.
Okay, yeah, you try to grasp onto it, and Tanner wrestled past it, and he's just about to pass the threshold.
Yeah, 22.
And yeah, with a 20, well, it's a
22.
yeah, it is a 20. Okay, cool. You've definitely
Well, 25.
as peaceful and as tranquil as this place is, and it is ideal for a rest. There is something ominous that Dyer has pointed out, and even Tanner seems to be. I mean, sorry, even Ember seems to not quite be himself. Talking about giving up the idea of becoming Sultan is very, very un-Ember. So you shake the thought, and you get out of the copse entirely. You've managed to get Ember out as well, and at this point, Ember, it's like that moment in the Hobbit where Bilbo manages to emerge from the canopy and he's sort of breathing that fresh air. Your head
Okay.
clears. And you kind of feel a
What
little
the-
bit delirious and almost like a bit drunk, almost. And you're kind of sobering up.
Ember, snap out of it.
What?
We need
What?
to help the others.
What? Where's Grizz? Where's Daya? What?
They're still inside. Firebolts seem
What?
to retract the branches from closing
Oh.
in on them.
Oh, thank you, Tanner. They tried to keep me in there. They
I
tried
know.
to take
I
me
need you to
prisoner.
focus now.
What?
And,
Fireball where?
I'm
I-
just
I
going
bring
to start
flames to my
flinging,
hand.
yeah.
Okay.
I will follow suit what he does.
And I'll get
Well,
to the edge.
Fucking
and I'll...
trees! I hate this place. I hate nature. I tell you, city. This fucking.
I'll get to the edge again and just shout in, Dyer, grab Grizz and let's get going.
Okay, yeah. So whilst that was happening, what were you trying to do?
I started off by trying to plead with Grizz, and as soon as I realized that he's not
Not
paying
budget.
attention, I am going to get out my rope and see if I can tie up his hands and drag him along, like by
Sure.
force.
Okay. He is going to resist because unfortunately,
Yeah, so-
you
And he's stronger than me.
Oh, I don't think he's exhausted yet, is he?
No.
He's not. I am. But I
Shit.
mean, I have negative strength even at the best
Actually-
of times.
He did suffer a level of
Oh,
exhaustion
did he?
once.
Okay, good.
Yeah, when he passed out drunk, he suffered a level because he failed his
Oh,
con
good.
save finally.
Yeah.
Oh god, and he rolled really bad anyway. Good luck. You can
Daya,
probably...
you might be able to do this.
Good.
Maybe.
Come on, it's tug of war against the bear man. Let's go.
2 to 3.
What do I have to roll? Athletics?
Yeah. Or if you're tying him up, you could even use 5 hand.
Uh,
Oh.
No. Oh dear.
that's about typical.
He's squirming around. He's like a stubborn child you're trying to get like sat in a, I don't know.
Can I at least have him tied up even if I can't drag him anywhere?
He does slip out of that, and he kind
He
of
does slip
crawls
out
from
of-
one side to the coach to the other. He's like, no, not tie me up.
Yes, Grizz, don't you come on. You this is a dangerous place.
Hey, this is like the least dangerous we've ever been.
Well, that's true, but it's an illusion. They're trying to trick you. They're lying to you, Grizz.
What? Who's lying? I didn't hear anyone lie.
The trees, nature
The
itself is lying. This whole
trees
thing is
didn't,
an illusion.
trees didn't say anything. Nothing I can hear.
Didn't
What?
they? Didn't they tell you that it was safe here? Didn't you? Don't you feel that it's safe?
Yeah, it feels.
That's not
safe.
true. Yeah, it's not true. Just like in the hut, everything here is a lie. You can't trust it. Come on, come with
But
me
that-
just to the outside edge of the trees, and we can
Uh,
look at the trees from
How
the other
can I
side.
trust you then? Hold
Because
on.
you know me, Grizz. You
Oh,
know me. I'm your friend, aren't I?
Oh.
the trees say they're my friend. He's just joking. Do you speak Sylvan by any chance, though?
I do not know.
Cool. Grizz does. I can hear them. They're rustling. Do you hear the wind chimes?
I can hear it. I'm a wood elf. I
They
know.
said
I
we'd
know
be
how
safe.
alluring it is.
They said we'd be safe and that no harm would come to us.
I'm sorry, Grizz. It's a lie. Even nature isn't always beneficent.
But
We've
the,
been through so much together, right?
the
We've
Fae
saved
can't
each other's
lie.
lives. No,
And
but they don't tell the truth either. You know that. Right?
roll a persuasion check.
Oh, shit. Grizz, your life depends on this. Oh.
Indeed. I'm gonna let him roll a wisdom check in response to this.
Oh,
yeah.
God.
Wow.
Oof.
But that's good, right? Because he'd see that I'm telling the truth, so he should be.
Effectively, yeah. He can
Yeah,
tell
the
you're telling
wiser
the
he
truth.
is.
The other insight check earlier was for him seeing if the trees were lying, and he seems to be unsure now. And the moment where you said they don't tell the truth either, he seems to be hesitating, and there's a definite deep frown on his forehead. He's uncertain. But hearing you, hearing the voice that he's listened to many times before, and the voice of reason, you've saved him, got him out of annoying, terrible situations before. He kind of sighs and begins to stand up, and he looks around at the rest of the trees. I was so sure, though.
I know. That's the beauty of nature. You always believe it to be true, but it doesn't always have your best interest in mind.
It
Come,
feels like
just-
I belonged here. Felt like family, and he's saying this as you're just very carefully leading him to the edge of it. Felt like I was at one with nature, like I do when I think really hard. I'm able to talk to animals. Felt like that.
I
And you
think
get him.
in this
Oh.
place, Grizz, to become part of their family, you would have to become part of them. You would become a tree and you wouldn't be Grizz anymore. And you wouldn't have any friends, and you'll never know where you came from. And you'd forget all about us. And that's what they want you to be one of them, but I want you to be you, Grizz.
Okay. At the moment he gets to the edge, or he's just about to pass over, and make the final step, so to speak, he stops and pauses, and you see he's holding on to the trunk of one of the trees, and one of the creepers or the vines on it have kind of like entwined around his fingers, almost like clasping his hands, like don't let go kind of thing. And Grizz looks sad. His expression isn't one of stubbornness. It's one of genuine like like he's missing out on something. Like he's giving a sad goodbye.
Are you ready?
I
Come
can't
on,
do
buddy.
it, Gaia.
Yes, you can. We need you. We need our friend back. If
You
you
see
won't do
the
it for us, do it for yourself.
you see the caryatid begins to lower two branches around, and they hoop around his neck, not in a strangling motion, but like as if someone was giving a hug from behind. And that's when Tanner and Ember start. That's when they started blasting.
And then we
Uh,
started blasting.
Blast.
um, so you can roll to hit, but I can assure you now, it's not going to matter what you roll, because as you fire your firebolts towards it, all of the attacks somehow manage to miss their aim, miss their mark, and it's again like the trees sort of evade or dodge it, or perhaps you're intentionally not hitting it. You're not sure, but there's this sensation that to destroy something so peaceful and idyllic would be a crime. It'd be an evil act, and you almost deliberately miss. And that's a strange sensation after you've launched the fireball, because especially Ember, who's kind of trained himself to try and control fire, it felt like the urge to burn something just sort of well burnt out as it were.
As that happens, after seeing this attack ineffective, I will message the tree again and say, "Let him go. He's offended. He's not staying here. He's not for you. This is Ember Cinderborn of House Sonatus. I demand his release." No, point at the tree. Let him go, fucker. I don't say that. I say all the other stuff in character.
Okay.
Seeing that the tree seemed to respond to me last time. I don't know if I remember that actually. I was still in the haze.
Roll me an intimidation check.
Dude, good at that. Using charisma? Okay. That's a good one. That's gonna be disadvantage though. It's 8.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Okay, they seem to hold on tighter onto Grizz.
Trees.
Grizz stops and turns for a moment and says, "Hold on, guys. Don't stop trying to hurt it. It doesn't want to fight." Okay. Grizz begins to kneel down, and he starts rummaging through his little backpack. He's got an explorer's pack. Why have I got a staff? Whose staff is this?
What?
Whose
What?
staff is that?
Staff?
I don't know. He's got a staff. Yeah, a staff.
No, I don't know. You have to text Marcus. I have no idea.
Okay, well, that's not a problem. Oh, what else has he got? Tiny mushrooms.
I don't know.
He
He might
said,
not have any berries left.
he goes, "Look, I don't want to leave this place, but nor do I want to leave you alone either. So, in place of us, And he goes around and counts your heads. 1, 2, 3. And he points at himself. 5. No, 4. And he begins to pull out some mushrooms from his pack. And he goes, here. You can have these instead. These are more in line with your kin, I guess. You'll be able to talk to them. They'll be your friends. And he places 4 mushrooms into the earth, like the
Okay.
fertile soil, in amongst the tree roots and such. And the tree seems almost taken aback at this for just a moment, and is just staring down at the mushrooms. And at this point, you notice like that Grizz isn't being restrained or anything like that at this point.
Okay,
But
I'm gonna keep pulling him gently out.
Okay, you do so, and he does.
Tanner, what's he doing?
There's no
Just-
resistance, but he doesn't show any signs of like willingness either. Bye bye, mushroom.
I mean,
Chris, come on, let's go.
Come on, you did
Tanner, go
well.
grab him.
No.
He's delusional.
As soon as he
Ember.
gets over the line, you see he sort of starts to rub his eyes. Oh. What the?
Wake up, Chris.
I'm awake. I was awake the whole time.
That
Yeah,
was
me too.
amazing. You did it all by yourself, and you did it without hurting anyone or letting anyone else get hurt. I think you might be
I
the
was
key
about
to
to
all
hurt
of
you.
this, Grizz.
They said that they just wanted to offer a place of peace, and they said that there was no need for conflict in our lives, and that we would find a new life here. And I believed them. They were telling the truth, Dyer, but I think I still need to figure out who I am.
Yeah, you do, and I need you to figure out how we get out of here. You're the only one that can talk to these strange beings of hatred and deceit.
and maybe once we've completed our own life goals, then this would be a place where we can actually spend our eternal rest.
You're not spending anything here. You're not. Nope, Tanner, that's not happening.
But
Maybe Chris, I don't care, but not you.
You see that the tree has stopped moving as well, and it's kind of resumed its frozen posture, and its head is still staring down at the mushrooms that Grizz planted into the ground. And he says, "But he said I gave him some friends in the meantime, so there's 4 mushrooms and 4 of us, so I think it was a good trade."
Yeah, good trade, Grizz.
Okay.
Pretty smart too. If we ever come back here, not that I want to. This is a horrible, wretched environment, but those mushrooms might be pretty powerful. But they make you electric, don't they? They make you.
Oh no, that was the Wanderer mushrooms.
Oh, what do they do?
Wonder mushrooms.
Those are the
Wonder-
ones the pixies were. Okay.
Let's have a look. What do they do? They are 6 pounds. That's what they do. And he does have a description somewhere in there, but for now I think that was a good use of them.
Excellent.
Yep.
Okay. He's gonna follow you guys on.
Someone smell oranges by chance?
Dyer did just before you entered in here. Yeah.
Yeah. So I will lead us in that direction, whatever direction that is.
No more distractions. I'm too tired for this shit. I just want to find a satyr. Oh God, satyrs. What?
Okay. All right then. As you're going back the way you came, or at least you believe it's the way you came, might have lost a bit of track of time, or maybe even just track of direction. But I'd like Dyer to give me either a survival or a nature check, or even a perception. It's up to you. In any way you reckon Dyer would navigate back to the way
I'll assist
you can
up
follow
front.
your. Okay.
Um,
You can follow your nose, or you can try to look for the crown of thorns. It's up to you how you.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go based on the smell of oranges because that's what we were told to follow.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna call that a perception check.
Yep. Go ahead. Oh my.
Oh god.
Okay.
Oh, that's actually a bit better than a 2. You have a
It's
good
a little
bonus.
bit better, yeah. I say though, you do start to get a sense of something. You think it's oranges. The strange
It's like,
thing is your senses here are all topsy turvy. What smells like oranges to you doesn't make sense to the inhabitants here. They might call it orange, but to you it might be something else, right? It's
oh
like
lord.
it's like try to describe the taste of oranges to someone who's never had an orange before, right?
Yeah.
It's like that.
Okay.
And as you're getting closer and closer, it's when you hear a growl that you might happen to stop in your tracks.
No! I hope it's not actually a tiger.
Yeah,
So wait, did anyone hear that?
Ah! What the shit!
Huh?
Tanner! Get in front of me!
Together?
No, do you know what, Ember? You look the healthiest. You get in front of me.
What? Don't! Not now, Tanner! Don't question my authority now! This is not the time for that!
Here, have a shield. I just kind of put the shield in his face.
What? I don't want to use that!
it seems as
No!
though you guys are making enough noise that you start to see something lurch around the tree line up ahead. And it is another one of those terrifying beasts that attacked you on the tree top.
Shh.
Okay.
It's about 3 or 4 trees away and over the other side of a small riverbank, and it has stopped and is turning in your direction. What do
Behind
you
the
Chris,
tree.
guys
do
do?
something!
Behind the tree.
Does
Behind
it
the
does
tree.
it look aggressive? Does it look aggressive?
You can hear a growl,
Okay.
and its face is a jaw full of sharpened teeth.
Yeah.
I grab Ember, place a hand over his face, and dive behind one of the trees.
I
Yeah.
don't resist
I'm gonna dive behind the tree too and say maybe if we're not aggressive, it won't attack us.
Chris, tell it we're members of the Wild Hunt. It'll be scared of us. It'll run.
No, no, no,
Hand
don't
over
tell.
face. Hand over
Yeah,
face.
it comes out of the muffled.
Dear God.
Grizz is going to follow
Worst
your
possible
lead
thing.
and try to stealth. You can all roll me stealth check.
Maybe you should tell it that you're the Sultan of Gadia.
It doesn't care about that. Disadvantage. It is a natural 1 as I'm making all kinds of fucking noise.
Of course you
The
are. Of
dice
course
are
you are.
so good at being good.
Oh, another nat one.
Oh my God.
And die is
I
scolding me.
love it.
And funnily enough, the only one in plate armor rolls the best.
Oh,
Come on.
God.
We're just bickering like children. Ember, shut up!
That is
Stop being so
crazy.
noisy. Shh.
You see this creature begin to turn in your direction. It gets 2 steps forward and then bounds and goes into a leap, a charge, straight towards the group. I'm afraid those rolls.
Not good.
I don't know, you guys are a bit rough, but
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's just the way it goes. All right,
Away she
let's
goes.
roll it up.
Oh, fuck.
Where is my little friend? There he is.
Have I even got anything? We haven't rested since
The forge.
after creating or before?
Before, like, while creating the item. Yes, the shield. That was,
Correct.
and,
No,
and we
we
spent
took
like
a- we
16
took a short
hours
rest.
doing that.
We took a short rest when we were here, weren't we?
Yeah, the short rest.
Like
yeah.
but not a long rest.
Yeah, you got key points. You got to stun this thing. That's our only hope of survival.
No, I'm just thinking if I have my
I should probably roll initiative.
Yeah.
No active encounter.
where's my features? There we go.
Oh, initiative is a skill check, right? So would that be a disadvantage? I don't know how that
I
works.
don't think so.
Funny enough, it actually is, I think.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
It's because you can actually add bardic inspiration and stuff to it.
Yeah. Initiative is a skill check, so that should be a disadvantage.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll roll a second die. Sorry. Shit. Let's just do it. Like, roll 1d20 plus 1. So the 5 is... My initiative's correct.
Oh, crap.
The other one.
Ignore that. Oh, of course I roll worse than my initial one.
Is it not letting me roll?
If you just do a normal roll.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, slash R.
Okay.
You also might need to click your token.
Yeah, I tried that. Did not like it. Okay, 17.
There you go.
Cool. All right.
You're at
The-
disadvantage. You do have to roll again.
Yeah, one more time.
Obstinate Baloth.
Oh. Oh, wait. Oh.
10.
10. All right. We have Grizz as well, who's technically just flat, right?
Danger sense.
And what did you get that? 10.
10 for me.
Okay. All right. Wow, it's going up first. So it is
Yeah.
going to charge. Going to use its trampling charge.
Wait, did you roll twice for Grizz? For danger sense?
No, because he's got flat.
Oh, it's flat. Okay.
Yeah, because he's at disadvantage because he's exhausted. Right. So you guys are kind of all grouped up here. So I'm just going to go random here. 1 to
Sweet.
4. Going for Dire.
Be on the other side of this river, I guess. Is kind of where we're standing.
Yeah, but it kind of got pretty close. With its trampling charge, it can move.
Okay.
Protection on this one. Disadvantage.
Okay, gotcha. So it's going to try and gore you first. Disadvantage.
Alright.
Ooh. 21.
Oof. Yep, that hits.
Bloody hell.
And
I need you to make a
Three.
strength saving throw
oh god.
God.
or be knocked prone.
Is that disadvantage or normal?
That's normal.
Just normal.
Oh.
God,
Oh
this
Jesus.
is getting worse and worse.
Do you
All
even
right.
have 30 health?
Yeah,
Yeah.
34.
I
left.
have
God.
yeah,
All left. This
okay.
creature barrels into you with all the strength of a triceratops, and as it crashes down upon you, it tries to claw and stomp it on your head. Ooh. Go with a stomp attack. 17. Oh wait, it's got advantage because you're prone now. Good lord,
27 does hit, and
you're unconscious.
I'm unconscious. I'm out.
That's gonna be my third TVK this week. So you are stomped into the mud. You can feel your body being crushed by its weight. And well, what does the rest of you guys do? Because that was your
Only way to win this fight.
yeah, that was almost your only way to win. Grizz isn't hesitating though. He's already in the fray, raging and swinging his battle axe.
Not reckless.
He's reckless.
Oh, no, not reckless.
Why not?
Oh, so...
You needed to go reckless, otherwise he would have missed with both of those. And instead they're both hits. Which gives him a whopping 17 plus 14. What are you guys doing?
Does
It's
it
your
look
turn.
healthy?
Yeah,
Yeah, how
more
much-
healthy than the last one you faced.
I guess I'm up, right?
Yep.
I see no way out of this. I think it's time,
Grizz has
guys.
done a huge chunk of damage though.
This one doesn't look. It looks injured. It looks healthy. Like what? What am I?
He's done a chunk of it. But This creature is not. It's
I don't
not
even want to do
dying
another
yet.
turn. It's going to kill Daya. It's just going to straight up kill her.
Yeah, you've got a turn. Ember and Tanner, and I think Daya, you need to make a death saving
fuck
throw.
all. Well, once it's her turn. I will take my ring. I will look at it. I'll look at it. I'll look at Daya. I think.
Hold on, Daya, just roll a death save quick.
Oh, sorry. Okay,
real
never
quick,
mind.
see what we get.
Is it my turn already?
Mm-hmm.
I know.
It's alright, I have a
Yikes.
get out of jail free.
Oh, Daya goes before me. What am I doing? I'm so sorry.
I'll just pop this open. Here we go.
I got mixed up there. That's my bad.
Where
Yeah,
are
you can
death
see that.
saves on the sheet here?
Okay, so if you took a death save, you look at when you're on 0 HP, you have to actually go on 0.
Oh,
You'll
sorry.
see the portrait has
yep.
got a skull on it, and you can click that and keep track of it with the X's and ticks.
It's
Okay.
good.
14. That's good. That's good. All right.
One save. All right. It's Ember and Tanner.
Oh god. Do we want out of here, guys? I don't want to pull us out of here if we don't want out of here. But I'm thinking that pull us out of here.
Bring it down. We killed the last one.
Push it to the limit. Fuck it.
Fucking no. All right. I'll take one turn and see what happens. I will disengage because I can't attack at disadvantage, and I'll move back 30 feet. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. These are 5-foot squares?
Yeah, they are.
Theory? Sure. Okay. Screaming and yelling, all kinds of obscenities. We're gonna leave. We're gonna leave. I gotta get us out of here, Tanner. What do we do? He's gonna kill her. He's gonna kill my friend.
Tanner.
So I'm going to move Daya out of the combat, and as I move her back, Daya, you regain 1 hit point with my last point of lay on hands.
Good lord, you still have that.
I save 1.
Oh, wow.
It's my get out of jail free card.
Okay, maybe she gets stunned still.
I did save 6 points, but I saved 5, so I can save all of us. But,
oh, wow, okay. Wow.
Yeah.
So, Daya, you're back up with 1 hit point.
Yeah. Dia's alive.
Tanner is just sorry, just to confirm before we go ahead, did we had a long rest?
We had a short rest.
No. Going way back at the forge, did we have a long rest after?
No.
That's why we got exhausted.
Okay, so I don't have any of that.
1 is Grizz, 2 is Tanner. Tanner. It is going to try and... well, let's have a look. Yeah, it's going to try and gore you now that you're in its way. Oh, bad rolls. You managed to block the attack as its claws and jaws start to clamber past you, but the shield interposes and you just get a load of slobber on the metal. That's its go. Grizz is going to get out he's got an axe to grind. Just like the other one. There we go. Chunks and chunks of damage. Fuck. That's 54 plus 60, 70, 77 damage he's done. Just want to throw that out there.
That's wild.
Grizz is chopping this thing up, and it looks like the last swing he just did severed its spine because the creature is collapsing to the ground. It's lifting itself up, and then Grizz like stamps it down again back into the dirt. Daya, what do you go?
Okay, how mobile does it look right now? Like is it thrashing around? Is it
it's trying to get to its feet, and Grizz is pushing it back down again, and then it hefts itself up.
I'd say
It is-
get safety.
I want to
There's
go around to its back
Okay.
and do a quarterstaff attack
Okay.
and try and do a stunning strike.
All right. Roll those attacks.
Um,
There's an axe about 4 inches deep into its spine.
Can I aim at the axe?
Yeah, if you want to hammer it in.
Okay.
Might just finish him.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's a hit.
23.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
yes,
Max
max
damage as well. Jeez. That's 90 points of damage. It is barely alive. You just need one more
Alright, gonna
solid
do
hit.
one more. One more.
An
Oof.
11. Ooh,
It's not
that's a
gonna
miss.
hit.
That's a miss.
Can I do can I do a flurry blows? Flare blows?
If you have key, then. Oh yeah. Did you say you were doing a stunning or?
I didn't, no.
No. Okay.
But
In that case, yeah. Go ahead and.
okay.
Okay. 20 to hit.
20.
This needs. Okay.
This 19 hit?
That's the
That's
one.
7
so it
points.
is- Oof. So like you say, you manage to strike the quarterstaff down on top of the axe, hammering it in deeper so that almost the entire blade disappears into its flesh. It lets out this low, like, and coughs its last breath and collapses under the weight of Grizz, pinning it down.
Oh, fuck it out. Fuck it out.
ah, wow! Jesus, Grizz, where'd that come from?
Oh,
Ah,
it's good job it went for you instead of me, because I was like,
hey,
well, actually, it's not good, but it's still. You know what? We did it.
it's good,
fine.
Grizz. It's good. You okay? It beat you pretty good there. Right, the horn right to your stomach. Jeez, you're bleeding
Yeah,
all
I've
over the
gotta-
place, Daya.
Yeah, alright. Let's just find some place to rest. Maybe.
What? Are you
What have we
serious?
been doing
You
that
can't
for
really
like an
look at it.
hours?
You're saying that as a joke? We could just literally go back over there. Oh,
No.
Shut
No. Someplace else.
mm.
Okay. Look, we
What's that?
can't.
Did that smell like an orange to you? You led us right to this monster. Another one for the wild hunt, I guess. I don't know.
You can smell now. It smells like your senses were tapped into something else entirely. Smells like you was tapped into some sort of pheromone that this creature was exuding.
That's what I was smelling? Oh,
Mhm.
that's gross. That's disgusting. Wow.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah,
I
you
kick
got-
it
you
in the
got-
ribs and go. Yeah.
You got drawn to this creature. Eating season.
It's that animal magnetism, yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
Okay, well, does anybody else smell oranges? Do you know what oranges smell like? Kind of sweet, vinegary, citrusy, bright smell like lemons,
I
but
just said like
little-
zesty.
zesty. Zesty is a good word.
Yeah, that's right. I'll have a sniff. It's there. And he points to the ground. It's coming from that thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see.
Okay, let's move away from this thing and try again, shall we?
Yeah, it's definitely
Oh,
in that
God.
thing.
Yeah.
Its
Yeah.
blood is like citrusy. I should stop tasting.
Stop that, Chris!
Yeah,
Okay.
stop. Right. Oh, what do we do?
Well, we can take this back to the wild hunt. I mean, it's not wine, but it's another kill.
We
They
need to
might be
ask
very
the
happy.
locals again.
No, because they're just not going to allow us to rest.
Okay.
They want wine. Which
Well,
whatever.
maybe
but
they're a
we
substitute.
need to find this Do you think that would work? I mean,
I have no idea. They always said it's your you have to make the kill, right? Like it's your kill. We can act like, look, we killed another one. We're so strong. We're so important. We're better than Orin. We're the new hunt masters.
what if they don't allow us to leave? If
Ooh.
they want to make us hunt masters, and they won't let us go. We need to
Maybe
get.
the,
I mean, we don't
maybe the
want
hunt
to
master
impress
can
them.
leave.
I wouldn't bet on it somehow.
Well,
I think
Orin
there's only
left.
one. I think there's only one way a hunt master leaves, and that's feet first.
Yeah,
Wait,
Feet,
what? Like
what does feet first mean? I
trampoline?
don't.
as in dead.
Oh,
Oh.
And so they carry you out feet first because you died being the hunt master, the way Orin did, and his predecessor.
oh
Well,
dear.
Orin's not dead, right? Orin left. Did he die? Am I
Well,
misunderstanding
they
this?
think he died, I believe.
Wait.
I
Do
I
we
thought
know
that
if
he
he got
died.
back to Small Sprout?
Well, that's the
Maybe he
assumption.
had. He pissed
Is-
on someone's boot. Did he ever tell us a story about peeing on someone? I think he did. Did he not tell us a story about peeing on someone's boot when he guided us to the hut?
Yeah.
Did he? I feel like I would have remembered that, and I don't remember
I
that.
feel like I do remember that. There was a story about he told us a story about peeing on a boot. I did so if he was this wild hunt boot that because time is all messed up here. This is all too complicated. Let me think about this, Daya.
Maybe he got lost like we did, and he ended up in the Feywild as well.
Could be.
Yeah,
Or
Grizz could be.
He was a very capable woodsman. It's not out of the range of possibility that he would have been excelled at the
or
hunt.
he was
But
helping another group. Another adventuring group came in, and they wanted to get to the hut as well. Or maybe they wanted to get to the Feywild, and he led them there.
Maybe
Then-
Orange working with Baba Yaga and is leading people to get lost into the Feywild.
Yeah, I don't trust this gnome at all. Which is kind of a common thing with gnomes. They're very shifty and crafty.
it's
I don't
not
know.
kind to make just snap judgments about an entire group of people, but
I'm sorry,
well,
but gnomes. Yeah. Well, okay. Well, this one at least is very tricky, Daya.
this one at least is. Well, yes. He was always a little strange, but
The boot thing really
it's-
sets me on nerves.
the boot thing was just weird. But I
Boots
mean,
are so
not
dirty. Why
evil
would you collect
weird.
dirty boots? Ugh.
And he didn't want to come any further into the forest because he was afraid of the hut. Don't you remember? He said this far and no further because
True. That is
he
true.
didn't want to get close to Baba Yaga or the hut. He didn't want to have anything to do with it, so maybe he already knew.
Orin! Orin! Are you out there? Orin! Answer me!
It not what?
Isn't he dead?
I don't know. It seems like everything at this place is. I don't know if he's dead. The master of the hunt, was that Orin? I thought that was someone else. That they said Orin left. Or am I mistaken?
No, it was the previous master of the hunt was killed by
Died.
Orin, but then
Yes.
Orin was killed in a hunt. So they
Yeah,
both
They-
died.
They
They
killed
both
Orin
did.
too.
They killed each other. Yeah, blow for blow.
So he was technically the last master of the hunt, but he didn't survive very long.
So who's?
I
There's
would
no
really like
master
to
of the hunt
talk to
now.
this satyr person. I really want to talk to somebody with
I
some
think you're
sense
right.
Well, let's go and
of
find
what's
him
going
then.
on.
Let's go and
Alright.
find him.
Yes.
Let's have a little look. Wait, hold
Just
on.
be-
Hold on. No,
What's up,
that's
Grizz?
that's too clever for me.
What?
Okay.
Tell us.
Hold on, let me think. I just saw there's a river here, and it's very wet,
Uh-huh.
and wine is very wet,
Yeah.
and that's as far as I got.
Well,
Okay,
mean-
Grizz. Sure.
Don't you put water in wine or no? No, you don't. Wait, do you put some in there?
No, that'd
I
be terrible
don't
wine.
know.
You put fruit
Yeah, I
juice in
don't
wine.
even know where
It's
you're going with
s-
that.
smelly orange wine.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
Never
you do need water to water the grapes, but
There we
I
go
don't
then.
think that drought is a big problem in the
Then
Feywild.
we follow the river.
No, we follow the smell of orange. It was
Oh yeah,
instructions.
we followed it. Okay. But I can't smell
I
any
mean,
damn
if you,
oranges.
that,
Oh, wait a minute. What about the book? Does it tell us anything?
Ooh, good
Daya,
idea.
anything in there?
Is there anything in here about
Oranges.
satyrs, oranges, wine, grapes,
Satyrs and
farm?
gnomes are the same. Don't trust the satyrs either. They're
Okay.
also they curse me, Daya.
And don't trust the oranges either.
Apparently,
You,
we
Trust.
can't even trust the
there are
oranges
some
around here.
things about smells and such. You actually happen to open up the book to a passage which just says, "Past them we walked, and while the beauty of evening grew, with songs of birds and scents of wandering from flowers, and odors that deepened and deepened, and evening decked herself to receive the evening star." And it goes on to talk about kind of navigating through this place, um, through the scents and through the sounds. And there's another like instance where they were trying to find something. They were apparently trying to get to a location known as Darrock Castle. Weird to think there's a castle somewhere in the middle of the forest, but nonetheless, that's probably what she makes a note of as well. And it says that in order to reach there, they have to follow the shadow of the moon.
Oh shit. When have we heard this before?
Have you?
Yeah,
Yeah, bizarre, right?
yeah.
No,
That was to find the hut. We had to follow the
and
Find the
shadow of the moon.
hut.
and it seems to mirror that there are strange ways in the Feywild that do not abide by north, west, south, east. To find locations, you have to kind of follow a different path. And there's another time when they talk about trying to find what was it? They were trying to find a place of shelter, and they thought really, really hard about it, like really hard. And apparently, they just, by virtue of thinking of it, came across what was known as the Butterfly Grove, and it was a perfect little idyllic place.
Yeah.
One that
Now.
didn't try to turn them into trees.
Oh, so that wasn't the Butterfly Grove book then.
No, that was definitely not that. It seems as though this place is one of emotion. This forest is tied to thoughts and feelings. It's like it's adapting to us as we walk this place. As we show it respect, so too does the carpets of these grasses unroll for us. There's someone in our party who's not having as good a time as us. He's getting upset about the lack of rations and decent food, and it seems like he's the only one who's tripping over all the roots and getting and scuffing all the tufts of grass. He's even getting whipped by branches, but for the rest of us, it seems like the branches push themselves out of the way for us. I wonder if this frustration is also manifesting in the forest.
I look to the others and say, "Do you remember in Smells the God's Fair Forest how the trees and the grasses reacted to our emotions, and when we were gentle, they were gentle with us, and when we were suspicious, they grew spiky and hostile?"
Yeah, forsaken place. I hated it.
I remember.
Well, We had a sense that that forest wasn't a normal forest. Maybe whatever rules this place works in are similar. I don't know what magic it will take to find the satyr, to find our way out, but maybe if we just it seems that if we just embrace embrace the nature, embrace the forest as it is, it will welcome us back.
It was like that with Dust too, right? With the fountain. Grizz was always antagonizing me, and as a result of his antagonisms, we couldn't rest because it was too stressful.
So you think if we're nice to the grounds around us, they'll protect us, keep us safe?
I think if Grizz would stop slapping me, then things would be a bit better. Grizz, step in line. Come on now.
You need to stay awake.
There is that point, but there's also this place does seem to be dangerous, and there are parts of it that don't want us to leave. So we have to be welcoming and warm and accepting, and at the same time not lose ourselves.
Or, Daya, perhaps we can rise above this forest and command them to step in line, to allow us to rest, to treat us with the respect that we clearly deserve.
I think in this place in particular, it might be best to tone it down as much as possible. I don't think I'm going to be
this is
able
a place
to
where you can command respect based on your lineage.
Well, how else can you get respect from trees? They're lower beings. They're just trees. They're.
Well, I gave one some mushrooms and it let me leave.
And here of all places, I don't think heritage means jack.
Are you suggesting commerce, Grizz? We do trade with the trees?
What about mutual hospitality?
Yeah, I agree with mutual hospitality. You let me rest and I won't burn all of you to the ground.
That's a little
hostile.
bit closer to terrorism than I was thinking, but sure. I mean,
look, this forest is malicious, Daya. It's not our friend. It's a place of hate
and we
cunning.
Can't fight it with more malicious.
It's testing us, Tanner.
Exactly, and we're falling into every single trap that we stumble into. Sorry, we're falling for every trap.
Well, if Grizz would just kind of,
and
he's our only chance
to... be able to understand where we are. This isn't any normal place in our standard plane. This place
Definitely
is strange.
Not.
This place is unknown.
It's untamed.
And you've already felt the effects of it.
It's untamed. The Grizz is right, Tanner. It's untamed, and we should tame it.
I don't think it can be tamed. Else, wouldn't have someone already done it before?
The people who live here live with the grounds around them. They don't live off of it.
It's quite plentiful. Lots of things to eat, at least. I look around. Is there any juicy-looking plants?
Yeah, you can roll a survival check. See what you come up with.
Disadvantage, a 7.
Okay. So you look around, and for a moment, the grass near you looks like as though it's kind of got candy kind of laced over the top. But you realize very quickly it seems to actually just be dew that is sort of laden over the grass. And it's of these kind of strange twinkling colors, like each drip of dew is reflecting the starlight above the night sky. And although it's probably not much sustenance, it is a beauty that sort of catches you off guard for a moment.
Not much here, I guess. Not much to eat.
Wasn't quite what I was saying, but it's good
No,
that
I
you're
just
thinking ahead.
thinking about potential, or whatever. That's not important. You're right, Tanner. Sorry.
We just need to focus. We can't lose ourselves.
Let's think. The clue was orange, right? But perhaps it's a color instead of oranges, like the fruit. Perhaps it's like
Maybe it's something
sunset.
that rhymes with orange.
Perhaps let me think. I don't think anything rhymes with orange, Tanner. Cornge. That's not even a word. I don't know what. But
Wait, was it orange or was it the smell of oranges?
I knew
I'm
what
not-
to
It's the
smell.
smell.
I think
Yeah.
it might have been the smell.
yeah.
Mhm.
What does the color orange smell like?
Well, no. Here, that's what I mean. This is. Well, the other instruction is follow the shadow of the moon, right? So, follow the smell of orange.
That was an instruction to find a different place.
I
Yeah.
know, but I'm
Yeah.
trying to like correlate how to
see.
navigate the Feywild here. So I'm thinking
Right,
like,
yeah. Because
if
the moon doesn't have a shadow, right?
right, so
And if the color orange doesn't have a scent,
then maybe like the smell of sunset, kind of like if we follow
ooh,
the smell of sunset, because that's
that's
color
good.
orange.
Because it seems to be like a perpetual twilight here.
Yeah,
We look to the last light.
yeah, something like that, perhaps. Yeah,
Wow.
Oh, that's
It-
good.
Okay.
it's
Yeah, let's go off. Holy crap.
Trevor. God, Ember. Okay, which way is the sun? It's very dark. Hold on. I'll climb a tree. You see, Grizz
yeah. Okay, Grace, climb a tree. Yeah.
gets up really high and he says, "Beautiful," and it's also that way. This is the way. Quick.
All
And
right, let's go that way.
he begins to like follow the gentle colors in the distance, and as you're trudging through the forest, imagine lawns just like a material plane, just emerging from night, flashing the early lights from their dewdrops when all the stars have just about faded out. There's trees kind of bordered with flowers that just begin to appear here and there, and all kinds of colors coming back after night, untrodden by any feet except perhaps the tiniest and most wildest. This place seems to be almost shut off from the wind as well, and the world of these strange creatures seems to be like in a still picture, like a dark painting of twilight, waiting for birds to sing. There's almost a hint that day's about to break, or sorry, yeah, or maybe it's dawn's about to break, but it's hard to tell. It's like ever on the cusp of night and day. But it is still more beautiful than any of your wonders could have guessed. And finally, you start to
Smell of
see,
morning dew or
yeah, the morning dew is definitely a scent as well in of its own. Although weirdly enough, another kind of strange, more hypnotic part is as you're going through all these lawns and flower groves that glow and shine. It almost kind of resembles that of like seaweed or sea mosses that drape Mediterranean rocks that shine out of these blue-green waters and from dizzy cliffs. It's like a sea floor. It's like a what's it called? It's like an amazing underwater aquatic kind of area. I'm trying to think of the name. Great Coral Reef. If only that was
barrier reef.
barrier reef. Thank you. Yeah, some of these plants almost look like coral in their myriad of colors, deep and blue from the twilight. But
Such a
you push
strange
on.
visual.
It is, but it's at the same time familiar. Like it's something you've seen perhaps in the material plane, but placed here on land. And as you're getting further and further through the trees, there is a slow glow in the distance, and it does appear to be like that of a sun, a burning kind of orangey color. And
Does
the
the
trees become a little bit more thorny in expression as well.
does
There
the
is, but you can still see the glow from within, somewhere deep within those kind of twisted branches and thorny vines.
is there a smell of like a burning? Is there any kind of
There is, yes. You can actually smell a scent of smoke in the air.
perhaps that's the smell of oranges? I don't know.
Oh, there's
Is
some.
this
Orange like fire? That would make more sense than smelling the sunset, but
Satyr? Do we remember the last time we encountered satyrs in the Gods Fair? They were in a little bramble-like enclosure as well, right?
they were.
Could
Hmm.
They said they were. What were they doing? They
they
were.
were playing music? They were musicians. They were a
Mhm.
traveling
Right,
band of sorts.
but what was their aim? What do you remember? Why they were
Curse
there?
me and kill me. They were
Well,
malicious,
They
awful,
were no, they were looking for inspiration.
fear. They were looking for fear.
Yeah,
inspiration for an emotion.
for a
Okay, but
song, yeah, or
where does that
emotion.
leave us?
Oh, Brago killed one of them, and they didn't even care.
They kind of got off on it. It was a bit weird.
They were excited to see one of their own members
But the
destroyed
blood,
by a
and
bear.
it was brutal.
I don't know what to make of this, but I guess it's our only real chance to get some answers. But I think this is the way. I think the riddle is the smell of oranges is something to do with sunlight, with the smell made by the morning sun. That's my best guess. It's all I've got. It wasn't obviously the fruit. We haven't even seen any oranges. Oranges go on the coast. This is a deep forest. There's no oranges here.
Well, this is the weird, thorny place they told us. It
Well, they
looks
did
like
say
it.
brambles, right? They did say something about brambles.
That's the one.
Then Tanner, lead the way.
Okay, Danny, you stand before the gap in a thorny alcove of twisting branches, and they don't even look like trees. They look like overgrown weeds, kind of twisted into multitudes of knots. But there's definitely a glow of fire in the distance, flickering, and you can see smoke rising. And at this point, maybe as if you choose to enter, I'd have everyone roll another perception check.
Gotcha.
If you
Would
lead the way, though, you
I would only
I'll
enter
lead.
behind Tanner, and I will also once again twist my ring back into my palm
okay.
so that it's not exposed. So this looks like a plain band. And perception check. Disadvantage. Skills. Perception.
Oh, we're doing a disadvantage, right?
Yeah, I'm afraid
Unfortunately.
so.
Perception.
But
Nice,
that's still a
Dia.
17.
E.
Do I get a bad feeling about these brambles? The
You absolutely
spikes,
do.
the
Just by
thorns.
a human emotion, yes, there's a ominous suspicion about this
Human
bramble-laden
emotion, but
passage.
elf emotion?
But
Elf
depends on
emotion.
how you feel about this place as Dire. After what you've just read in the book about how emotions can change the world around you, what does the crown of thorns say to you?
beautiful copse of trees and how relaxing and soothing it was,
Mm.
and how dangerous it was as well. And I'm going to think about the beautiful trickle of the river, the little brook in the forest that had the predator ready to attack us and kill me. And I'm going to look at these and I'm going to think that the thorns aren't aggressive, but they are defensive. They're a matter of survival, of staying strong when things are being difficult. And I'm going to choose, and I'm gonna remember that everything in the Feywild is an illusion and it's not what it seems to be. And that I'm gonna trust my friends that if they think this is the way to go, then maybe it is, and maybe the thorns represent safety and protection rather than aggression.
I like it. Okay. So as you're walking forward and thinking this, and you're also listening out for any potential threats, you begin to hear sound of music, jubilant music. There's this kind of happy tune to it that's upbeat and it's fast and it's energetic. And the thorns don't seem all that bad whilst it's accompanied by this music. It feels like you're going into a hidden garden. And even as you're passing some of the thorns, you do see there are flowers that are just blooming. And I mean, every flower has its thorns, but it seems it's the opposite is also true in that every thorny weed may also have a beautiful flower as well. So as you're approaching, there is a sense of excitement in the air, and the fire gets warmer. You can sense there's a lot of heat coming from within, and it's almost like it's insulated by these thorns as well. And Tanner, you're up first, so I'll describe that you can also hear, because you rolled a, what was it, 20, 12? Oh, you rolled a 12. Yeah, you can probably hear the drums more than anything, which kind of beat and boom the loudest. But you're also, Dire's picking up on these tinier, smaller instruments that accompany it. And so, eventually, you come through the path, and just following the glow, this orange glow in the distance, you finally come to a small opening, like a valley, and you can see there is a large vat where there are many satyrs dancing and spinning around and twirling, and their hooves are like stomping into these large vats, and you can see bits of splatter up their legs and up their shins. It is definitely the smell of grapes and wine in the air, and there is laughter, there is cheering, there is cups being clinked together, and you can see that there is drums, cymbals crashing from morning till night. You'd expect. There's
Okay.
yeah, there's cups overflowing. There's dancing.
Mm.
Not this
It
again.
seems to be like a riotous
Gosh.
celebration. There's even a
Oh.
few humans here as well.
Well, that's not good.
How do the humans look beyond the happy exterior? Do they?
Roll an insight check with disadvantage.
Oh,
Hmm.
still a 17 though.
That is pretty good. Okay, so you can see that some of them look quite tired in the eyes, much like yourselves. You can see that there's probably some maybe bruises or blisters on their feet. At first, you'd guess it to be perhaps like an arduous trek that they've endured through the Thrill Timber Forest to get to this isolated valley.
That's not the first thing that crosses my mind.
But you could also imagine that this Bacchanalia has gone on for a bit too long, and that perhaps their dancing is one that's uncontrolled. But nonetheless, it doesn't feel like it's anyone's doing anything nefarious. There's these smiling faces on all the satyrs. They're having a great time.
We've faced satyrs before. I don't trust shit here.
I don't like this, Tanner. This is not good, Tanner. This is not good.
All right. Well, that's a little light for
Are
you.
are there any of the satyrs who look like they're not in ecstasy? Like any of them look different?
Yes, there is, and trust your keen eyes to pick them out, because
Excellent.
in amongst the entourage of cavorting satyr playing their instruments, panpipes, lutes, flutes, and little timpani drums, in amongst this riot is someone sitting on a large, what's it called, chase lounge on a wooden platform, and it seems to be raised above the revel ground. And they are leaning back, their finger resting into their cheek, like as if it's supporting the weight of their head. And in the other hand, he kind of has a wine glass and a golden chalice that's being sloshed around lazily. And his expression is one of disapproving looks as he looks at the revelers swaying on the grass below him.
Is he are the satyrs, are the others treating him differently? Like if he's above the rest of them, are they?
Yes, you can see that there are a couple of satyrs that offer plates of food, and of which there's plentiful amounts, and he waves his hand as if to like say, "Get out of my face." But he just looks like he's kind of got this jaded expression on his face, whilst everyone else is really high on life. But he just looks tired and done with this. He slumps back into the chairs. He does notice you, like all of you come into the valley, but he quickly just slumps back down. And he kind of announces you guys perhaps joining the revelry, and he says to the group, "Hail, Helios, Lord of Breakfast, and Riley, Queen of Puddles." And
Lord
at the sound
of
of
breakfast? What kind of
his
lord
voice,
is that? That's a cook.
that Riley is one deity who's known as an ocean-dwelling deity, and Helios is obviously the lord of the sun.
The sun,
Um,
yeah.
And at the sound of his voice, the revelers pause, and with a practiced motion, the whole crowd turns to their king, supposedly, and laughs. They all laugh politely, but it doesn't seem like it's enough to satisfy him. And you see a fiery light flash in his eyes, and then the audience suddenly begins to laugh uproariously at his jest. He then sighs. He turns to you all and says, "What I require is, or what I desire, I should say, is a genuine emotion.
Tired.
Oh, I find you absolutely revolting and terror-stricken. You satyrs, you make me scared. I don't like it here.
Why are you here?
Because I
You
have to
come
be.
to my revelry? I
No,
don't
I
remember
want nothing to do
sending
with
you an
this.
invite.
Yeah, good. Consider us uninvited guests. We don't want to be here. It's a horrible place.
You've come to do something exciting then, perhaps. You've come to crash my party?
No, I don't give a shit about your party. I want the wine. Give me the wine. What do you want from us?
He gets up from his seat and brandishes a staff as he does. And the look on his face is one of intrigue and a smiling, almost smug grin. Says, "We have all the wine you could possibly want. The
It's not
question
for me.
is,
It's for the wild hunt.
I do not care who it is for. The real question is what you're going to do for me.
I mean,
Tanner,
you could always
stick
ask the
'em.
members of the. No. You
Is
could always ask the members of the hunt what they can do. We are merely running an errand.
you're running an errand for for the wild hunt. That can only mean one thing: that you are part of the wild hunt.
That we're
No
trying to
more
find
words.
a
They're
way
tricky.
out. If you know a way out of these places, then I would appreciate that more.
The way out, the way out is just past the way you came in. There's nothing complicated about that. Or have you been drinking a bit too much wine?
Out of the Feywild.
Tanner, the more
He,
you talk to him, the more he's gonna mess with
he
your mind.
raises an eyebrow and says, "Now that's a little bit more complicated."
Something within your purview, perhaps? Something a little more interesting than watching this tedium over and over again?
Ironic. It's just what I want as well. Seems our goals do align. I've been looking for something to spice things up. The wine has maybe dulled my taste.
Well, then perhaps if you would allow us to take sanctuary here, get rest, as.
Rest? You'll find no rest amongst my revelry.
Yeah, I don't want to
Well,
rest here. I mean, I'm pretty tired, but
He notices your deflated expressions as he says that and says, "Oh, poor you. Have you been trouncing through the forest all this time?"
Tanner turns around and begins leaving. I'm not here to play games.
yeah, that's it, Tanner.
Go back
Tell
to
him
your
what.
drinks.
Where are you going then?
I'm going to find somebody who will hopefully be able to cooperate. If you want something, we want something in return.
That's not good. Any
Well, that's
fest
how a deal works,
He
friend.
says, that won't do at all. Any festival you can walk away from wasn't worth attending in the first place.
It
And I
wasn't one
can't have
we're
that.
intending to attend.
Um, Tanner, you suddenly smell a very
Oh, I don't want to go through
strong,
this shit again.
zesty smell in the air. And it seems as though as he does this, or as this happens, but rather, there's sort of this low-hanging red haze that creeps along the ground. And it just sort of rests there at your like ankle height. It
What's it
says,
doing, Tanner?
if you don't know where you are going, then any road will take you there.
Thanks for the advice.
Well, I offer a road if you wish to take it.
A road to where?
The same place you're trying to get to.
Which is?
Well, you tell me. You're going somewhere more exciting than this, I should hope.
I should say so, yes. Whether it's
Perfect.
to everyone's tastes is not a guaranteed, but it's somewhere certainly we'd rather be.
Oh, but I will refine it to my taste.
In fact, there is someone that perhaps you can meet who'll be able to show you a good time. In fact, we've already met some of your kind before. Tanner's demeanor kind of changes as he steps forward, just kind of trying to bring himself up.
Hmm.
In fact, they were right outside. A place of mystery and wonder. Perhaps
Outside?
somewhere where you would like to visit. The parties there never dull. And in fact, they
Go
have one
on.
of the most gracious of hosts.
You've piqued my interest. Go on. Who is this? Who is this host?
I'll just kind of like, I'll begin to walk up to him and I'll get quite decently close. I'll just lean in. Now that would be telling, wouldn't it? And I'll give him a smile.
He says, seems like we have a negotiation to talk about. Come, join me at my table. And he offers you a seat around his chase lounge. Would you like wine? You actually smell of the stuff already. Ah, yes, the wild hunts. Of course.
Coffee, perhaps, if you have it.
Whatever you desire. And he brings up a strange jug and has many corks on the top. And he uncorks one and begins pouring from it. And you see a small trail of steam coming from the spout. And the smell of coffee does indeed come out as he says, "Coffee, coffee it is." He places the jug back down on the ground and pushes the mug towards you, or the chalice perhaps. They've only got chalices here, I'm afraid.
I smell it.
It smells just like coffee.
I dip a pinky in it and like
It's hot.
do a small taste.
It's tasty.
I take a sip.
He smiles.
Oh fuck.
Now, I will deliver all the wine that those wild hunt savages can manage. You will not have to worry about them being on your back if they're blind drunk. Keep them sated, keep the beast sated, and it won't be able to chase you.
Wait, we already encountered one of those beasts. Are those beasts planted? Are they part of the wild hunt? Where are those beasts?
I'm saying the
I
wild
think he's
hunt.
referring to them as beasts, yeah.
They are beasts. They're absolute.
They
hive
quite literally wear animal heads. Have you not seen?
Yeah, they seem to grow them. They don't even. They just grow. Like my friend Chris here was.
Yeah.
Never mind. I've said too much. Don't worry about it. Information doesn't come free for you.
Ah, seems you're acquainted to the Elfland already, then. Tell me.
Well, I've dealt with your kind before. You would still fear, and I did not ask for that. Didn't ask for your fear.
I have no interest in fear.
I don't believe
But,
you. Can I insight check if he has no interest in fear?
Yeah, go ahead. Well, an insight check.
Please.
He's terrified that you said that.
Yeah. I have no idea.
Ugh.
He does seem like a very jaded individual. You could guess that he's been and done all of that, but it's also difficult to tell what he does truly want because he so far only ever said that he wants what you guys want.
Okay.
Anyway, he's like, listen, if you've fallen in with a wild hunt, I can get them off your back. Get them blind drunk and they won't even remember your faces.
Perfect.
But this is probably going to mean that we need to partake ourselves, isn't it?
In the revelry? Not if I deliver them the strongest of my samples.
We'd appreciate the help. And once again, if you are able to hold any place for me and my friends to rest away from said revelries, that would also be greatly appreciated. Unfortunately, we are not akin to this place.
Who are they?
Those who wind up in my company tend to dance until they bleed.
Yeah, who are those two? And I'll point at the two humans in a group of revelers.
Oh, them? The male is Dane, and the female is Jixie, I believe. They've been here as long as I remember. They're quite the couple of dancers, wouldn't you agree? They love it here. They sought this place out. Said that they had heard of my revelries from distant lands. Distant land known as Evermore.
Evermore.
Hmm.
Do I know of Evermore? Have I ever heard of Evermore?
No, but Grizz suddenly goes, hang on a minute. I've heard of that in my vision. He raises an eyebrow at Grizz. Yeah. I was trying to think of it for ages. It's like ever something, ever place. It was a place. It's on the other side of the Gloomglen, guys. Like if
What?
we'd have kept on going east, we would have got there.
Would I have passed it on my way to Small Sprout from Wheat?
Nope. You would have not passed it. Because it is far, far to the east.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of
E-
the
Eastern Kingdom.
northern. Yeah, never mind.
Undeveloped territory.
You say that. But that's not my territory. Not my territory to develop. That's the thing.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. What is this? Some place that already exists? What is it? I was curious now. Okay. Hey, yeah. Well, whatever.
But look,
What do they gain from being a part of this revelry? Is this are they look like
everlasting.
they're gonna die?
By mingling with satyrs in the light of the bonfire, they are bathed in the pursuit of everlasting euphoria. The reputation of my valley is well deserved.
Do you mind if I just have a look at that fire? Is that
By all means. And you come over to the fire and you see that the satyrs are burning things at the moment. They've thrown a ton of belongings onto the bonfire. Most of it will burn away except the metals, and of which you can see there's like a shield, a helmet.
Given the mysticism of this whole place and the mysticism of the Baba Yaga, I want to once again. I wish I had spell slots for this, but I don't, unfortunately. But I want to focus on that anger, the one like when I get that extreme anger.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see like if that flame burns that hot. Like I'll actually physically put my hands very close, if not in the fire, and see if the fire reaches that kind of heat. It's almost like a feeling of anger. Like if that makes sense. I want because I felt that overwhelming fury when I produce some of my hottest flames. I want to see if I can just literally channel my emotion and make the fire that hot.
Okay. Tell you what, roll me an intimidation check as you try to heighten the rage of this fire, because
I want to make the fire mad.
as soon as you tap into that, it doesn't feel like the same fire, a different source, but it's not bad.
14.
14, you begin to tap into what you remember, and you draw upon the memories to harness that. And what comes to vision isn't what you experienced in Bromwell, when you set ablaze to the ground and scorch the earth and crumble that waystone. No, you start to tie that to a more recent fire. Not because it's a different one, but because it seems like you've just connected the dots, and this is now where the fire has led, like a fuse burning all the way to its explosive source. And that explosion was the volcano. the phoenix flaring its wings and unleashing its might and flying through the portal to apparently unleash destruction and freedom. And you channel that into the fire, and it kind of warps it slightly. Even though everyone seems to be having a fun time and dancing around it, the rage suddenly, it suddenly kind of manifests in some of the satyrs. You start to see maybe one or two of them, their eyes begin sort of staring into the fire, and as they're wide-eyed, the fire reflects in it, this burning, fiery rage. And as they turn away from the fire, that fire is still reflected in their eyes, even though they're not staring into it anymore. And their frowns are clearly visible on their face. They're still smiling, but where they have this frown of rage, it's now this kind of sinister grin.
I kind of want to turn to the whole reveille as a whole and come, drink in the fire. Feel the fury of the flame. Come near to the fire. I'm trying to draw everybody towards the flames, as trying to stoke the fire, literally and figuratively.
It
And when they all
seems
get, when everyone gets close enough, I'm going to drop my wand of fireballs into the fire in its last charge and blow it up and try to kill everyone.
Okay.
And I'm going to establish dominance over this scumbag.
He notices you doing this, of course. He can sense it. And he says, I see your friend has a number of social graces up their sleeve as well. But I'm afraid I can't be having that sort of mischief in my midst. And before you chuck the wand of firebolts, you see him conjuring perhaps his own spell. As he stirs the finger in the air, you start to see a more prominent red haze rise up into the air, and everyone smells a very zesty kind of scent. And he's going to roll persuasion.
I'm going to take another sip of my coffee.
Oh, he rolled pretty crap. Damn. Well, it seems as though these satyr were like fuses waiting to be lit, because they have been under this enchantment for far too long. Perhaps there is a
That's what I'm trying to do
burning
here
passion.
is break this.
And
Yeah.
you know what does it? Isn't the fact that you're intimidating them. It's a rage of freedom that's also channeled, because that's what the Phoenix Fire was. It was freedom.
Freedom.
And as that happens, you see two of the satyrs nearest suddenly break free. Their eyes are not lit with fire anymore, but they do still share that expression. They reach up to their cheeks and they massage them as if their face has been stuck in a grin for like way too long. And they suddenly like turn to you and they have an angry expression on their face, but it doesn't seem like they're angry at you.
I was like,
They
use
suddenly
your flames of passion. Escape this ruler. No good. These satyrs, they trap, they deceive, they manipulate. They're cunning and tricky. Get out of here. And I'll kind of look at him, turn and look at him, and
They go towards the bits of armor and belongings. One of them picks up a sword, unsheaths it, and starts towards the wooden stage. Resden is still... Oh yeah, you haven't even introduced him. Resden doesn't seem to be at all moved by this little insurrection. That was rather foolish. You are disrupting my flock. And he motions to one of his attendants to fill his ceramic cup. And some of them are still completely enthralled, it seems. It is with a heavy heart I must consider what to do about this atmosphere. I suppose we can do away with a few of these stubs. And you start to see him casting a spell.
You wanted something interesting.
And it's ramping up. Whatever it is, it seems to be a powerful magic. This night would have gained me nothing at all. I should be thanking you, really. Does anyone interfere as he begins casting a spell? It's directed at the two satyr that you just freed from their enthralled sort of...
Nothing I could do about it.
Okay, cool.
Their fate is their own.
They dash towards him, seemingly with blade and anger in their hearts at having been enchanted all this time. And before, as he's kind of ramping up this spell, it looks like he gestures towards some of his thralls and clicks his fingers repeatedly, and he buys himself some time by having the waiter that just poured his wine for him literally just walk into the way of one of these satyrs. As they're about to lunge this blade forward, you see the satyr just jump in the way of the sword, and as they're impaled, there's still this grin on their face, like they've just been like their pleasure to have been of service to Resden. They fall over, the wine spills across the wooden deck, and the spell continues to ramp up as the other two satyr try to push their way past. And just as they're about to strike at Resden, I'm going to have them roll both wisdom saving throws.
+3.
Oh,
I don't move, but...
Oh, good lord. Okay. Well, one of them passes, for sure. The other one does not. And the one that passed is the one with the sword. And as it goes towards Resden, payback time, she goes to stab at him, and the other one suddenly grabs a hold of her in an arm lock. And she's like, "What? What are you doing? No!" And, ooh, she is unable to break free of his grasp. And it looks like he has been, once again, enchanted by his magic.
Tanner, quickly! Get them out of here! They're the key to escaping here. They know how to leave. I imagine if they got here, they know how to get out.
Tanner looks back at Ember with like almost like a knowing look, and just says, by setting them free has effectively signed their death sentence. There's nothing we could do from the beginning.
Their lives are already wasted. They can't spend their whole time here. They can at least get us out before their lives end. We have to get out of here, Tanner. Don't trust this satyr. No deals, no nothing. It's all a trap.
Something you notice about the male satyr is that there is a crown of thorns digging into his head, and there's rivulets of blood that kind of run down his face, and he has a maddening expression on him. If anyone wants to roll an Arcana check, they can do to sort of see what spell he just cast on this man, on this satyr. It's pretty obvious.
For the player, not for...
Nice.
Okay, yeah. That is most definitely a Crown of Madness-like spell. Except the crown itself is now a crown of thorns. And it seems like you've just understood where the imagery came from. And it seems like almost everything in this place has a, dichotomy? Where it's like one thing and then the other, and they're both truths, but they're also harsh contradiction. It isn't for safety, it is control. And this man, the satyr, has her in a headlock, and she doesn't want to have to hurt him, but it seems like the other one just begins sort of strangling her and she's given no option but to sort of stab back at him.
Well, knowing that, I mean, knowing my companion and seeing my companion become angry and being uncontrollably angry, and knowing that anger and emotion hold so much weight in this place, I am going to think of my father's ineptitude and things that make me angry, and at the same time concentrating on the fire and just concentrating on that anger and as much rage as I can. I want to fuel anger in this place in hopes that I can break control once these creatures that are enthralled. Perhaps if I can make them angry enough by heating the fire, the flames of passionate anger. Hopefully, I can basically cause a riot. I don't know if this is at all possible. The Feywild's so weird. I don't know, but I want to try.
Yeah,
I don't
the
know. I
fire
don't.
definitely reacted to your anger before, but it seems like he faltered when he tried to enchant them again. You
Yeah.
could attempt to like focus back on the fire whilst this scuffle's going on.
That's what I'm saying. I would try to be continuing my focus while yelling at Tanner to try to get these guys out of here, to continue focusing on things that make me angry. My inept father, the lack of the progress that we've made, my failings at the academy, all
Okay.
these things from Ember's recent past, as he's not that old, that have just kind of his disappointments, his failures, that make him very angry and
Roll
upset. At the
roll
same
another.
time, sorry,
No, go, you go on.
just at the same time, channeling that anger into his flames and through his hands into the fire.
Okay. Go ahead and roll another intimidation check with advantage this time.
It's the straight roll.
By any chance, would we be able to take a quick break in a moment?
Yeah, we can do.
Oh, 20 was close.
And again.
No, because I have disadvantage, right? So.
Oh right, you have it. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true. Equaled out. Okay. Ugh, disappointing. And
Yeah.
there I thought you almost had it. You were really starting to exude true emotion. Let me show you how it's done. And you see he goes over to the fire, whilst this scuffle is still happening on the deck, and he approaches the fire, and he begins. Yes. I'm pretty much done here. 14. He starts. You know what? Start off small. Just a single spark is all it'll take. And you see one of the satyr, another crown of thorns begins to appear on top of his head, and he immediately turns to one of the revelers who he's dancing with, like his actual dance partner, and he grabs a hold of a ceramic jug and just smashes it over one of the other satyr's heads, and you can see blood mingles with wine as it spills to the ground. And then that one immediately turns and begins fighting back at that one, picking up like maybe some of the hot coals out of the fire and just throwing it at the other one's face. And this time Resden cocks back his head in laughter. Stoke a fire hot enough, and you'll never run out of things to burn.
I think
I
Cam
see
wanted
what
to
you're trying to
brag.
do, starting a riot. But now that I've thought about it, that's exactly what the type of thing we need in here. To spice things up, really. So go ahead. Turn my stubs against me.
This fucker's always a step ahead of me. I don't know what to
Turn them
do.
against themselves.
No, this is something we can't control. So I think
Yeah,
like oh, I'll explain
but
later.
you will want to grab a wine barrel before this place burns to the ground.
Yes, definitely. Dia, Grizz, grab some wine.
I'm gonna have to do break now if that's okay.
Yeah, let's do a break.
let's
Yeah,
do
sorry,
break.
thank you.
Yep.
Yep.
See y'all in 5 or 6 minutes.
Alright, be right back.
Yep. Okay.
All right. Okay, welcome back. Okay, in the midst of this, it's the start of a riot. It seems you've sparked the flames, and as a resident stands in front of the fire, he tilts his head back in laughter. You know what? I haven't had this much fun in a while. But we had ought to grab one of those barrels before this place burns down.
Is this really what amuses you? This is why you're here?
It certainly changed things. I'm bored of this little dance routine.
Can we persuade you to let them go? To let them live while we take you to someplace more interesting?
Oh, I intend to let them loose. In fact, was it? Give them one final shot. And I promise I will drop my enchantment.
I will.
I just want to see if you really can do it.
There's one moment in his childhood where his father turned down a offer that would have allowed his family to gain a lot of gold, and he turned it down because he was what young Ember imagined, although he's not too sure, was more of a reason of safety, of maintaining status quo, of not rising to greatness, but also not losing what the family had. And Ember was pissed. He was very, very upset with his father's cowardice, with his father's lack of ambition, his father's inability to see what great things could come from rising amongst the families of Gaidea and rising on top of other families and becoming in charge of other families and having them bow. And he will focus on this moment and this specific childhood regret and sorrow and channel that into anger, or attempt to at least, and try to stoke the fire one more time using his own inner fire, his own gift from his ancestors.
And you hear almost as a whisper, Resden over your shoulder says, "Yes, dig deep." And go ahead and roll another intimidation check with advantage.
It's shit. God. Yeah.
And when I say advantage, I mean you roll advantage, not like not flat.
Okay.
Yeah.
I do have a thing, but sure. Okay, intimidation. Let's go one more time.
Nice.
Okay.
It's a bit better.
Everyone else sees that Resden has a hand rested on Ember's shoulder during this, and he's definitely seemingly fueling the spell that, well, Ember is trying to ignite. Not even a spell necessarily, it's just
Cantrip,
raw
yeah.
emotion. And as it stokes the fire, you see it ignites and flares up. And Resden just watches it with you as both your heads like lean back to watch the fire raise higher and higher. And
Dad could have done so much more. We could consider more. All this is because of you. And coming to this hut, all because of your failures, your inability to see what could have been, what this family could have been.
with that, the fire begins almost spouting and spitting out of the top, like a flume that's sort of ignited a load of fireworks, and they begin to rain down around. And they start to set fire to the wooden platform, set fire to several of the trees nearby. And Resden just steps away from the fire as you're doing this, and he says, "Yes, I think we should leave now." And yeah, the place is on fire right now, as Ember has just ignited everything. As he does that, the red haze around your ankles kind of dissipates, and
Yep.
you hear screams of what once were like laughter and dancing, now turn to like screams of horror and screams of perhaps like panic. As you look
Um,
around, you see some of them are still kind of in this sort of trance, sort of like maybe shaking out of it. Others seem to be rushing and running around, panicked, trying to get past the fires, and they're like running around in circles. And you see that Resden's come over to one of his kegs, and he's just hoisted it underneath his arm. He says, "Well then, shall we? You're heading to the Hunter's Lodge, aren't you?"
I'll kind of snap to probably long after my companions do, and then we were the last chance before this whole grove of sorts, thorny grove, emerges into gouts of flame. Ember will shit snap to and then take off, chasing after his companions.
Oh. He looks, well, like he didn't mean to do that. But you'll learn very quickly that emotions here manifest like fire in a tinderbox.
Yeah, there's been other times where it's been like that, a few and far between, but I mean, in the hut a couple times, and Bromwell, shit, get away from me, awful creature.
What was your aim with gathering these people? Watching them in their forced revelry. Was that an emotion for you?
I thought it would be amusing at first, but it seemed like it lost its charm after a while. Being a sort of king of nothing didn't really
Yeah,
pan out the way I wanted it to.
a king of a destroyed world isn't much of a king after all. Have you learned anything from this?
I've learned that burning things down can be just as fun,
Fire will set you free.
and it wasn't even my fire. And yet I feel somehow responsible. A little devious streak in me, you could say. He gives a slight little wink, and you're surprised at just how you overcame your fatigue and exhaustion in that moment, Ember, because, like you say, should have been at disadvantage. But it seemed like he had a part to play in this. And just the right push was enough to flare your emotions. It's not until perhaps you're a few feet from him, when your head's perhaps a bit clearer and you're not in his sight, you realize he sort of just used you and manipulated you to go further and further and then cause chaos, and yet it was your idea to begin with.
Not unlike
And
some other creatures. Hags are kind of like that. They seem to like when Grizz and I were fighting over the cauldron. Hags egged us on, antagonized us to.
right, yeah. And if everyone has got up and grabbed a hold of one of the barrels he's gestured to, then you guys can begin to leave this area if you want. But at the moment, there is still panic and screams as Resden seems to leave nonchalantly.
Tanner,
a
I
little
freed
bit
them
of
the only way I know how. But they're free now.
I don't know how to fix this. Before I go, I'm just going to look amongst the chaos, and I'm going to pop a divine sense.
Divine sense.
Yes.
What was that?
Sorry.
You cut out.
Divine sense.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And you're looking for fiends, undead,
Celestials,
celestials. Okay.
but not Strahd von Zavrich.
Love how that's
Sorry, I
always a
have
thing.
to clarify.
Best running joke. Witch hunters.
It doesn't find elementals, does it?
No.
No. Okay. No, you don't sense any.
Oh,
Not even satyrs?
Satyrs are Fae.
Yeah, fair.
Oh, Fae. Did you say Fae? Yeah, then definitely Fae. 100% Fae. Fae is all around you,
it senses fate.
including.
What does it sense? Let me just double check. Oh well, I mean that.
Fiends and celestial. Maybe it's fate.
Where is it? I'm being
Oh,
so
that's
stupid.
crazy.
Divine
Look at
sense,
that.
okay. Oh no, Celestials, Fiends are undead. Ignore me.
Yeah, I was going to say it's Oath of the Ancients that can detect Fae. Another thing that they can do, Derek. Anyway,
Hey, these paladins sound really good.
there are no fiends, undead, or any of that sort within this revelry. The few humans who have snapped out of it, they absolutely just collapse onto their knees. They're almost weeping, and one of them looks like they're massaging their feet, like, how long have I been dancing?
Tanner, save them if you can. One of them at least. That's our ticket out of here.
What can I do?
I don't know, Tanner. I don't know. Do something.
Tanner
Chris,
looks
grab him!
helpless. I mean, how many people are still under the effects versus how many aren't?
They seem to be in a
Nice.
riot now. Like, they've turned from dancing and being merry to, like you said, utter rage.
But only
And-
only two of them are human, right? Are those is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, there's a few that are human. There are a few. All the satyr are screaming in panic as well. By the way, they're like, "Where am I? What's happened?"
Can we understand them? Or are they?
Some of them are speaking in common. Others are definitely in sort of Sylvan.
I literally...
You over there! Come this way, quick! Pointing at one of the two humans. I don't care which.
Yes,
Let's
yes.
go.
Please, this way. Vacate before you burn alive. Resident sort of like gesturing them. Come on.
Okay, if they're writing because they're all just broken out and they're confused about the current situation, then yes. But if they're fighting one another, that was where I was getting confused.
Oh, some of them are absolutely doing that. And Resden says, "Ooh, that not my fault this time.
Okay.
If anyone wants to stop that, that's up to your friend here."
So
I don't have time for that. Let's go.
in that case, I'll start evacuating people out of the area. If I see people fighting, I will get my animated shield and slide it between them and push the one who's attacking them away.
Yeah, I guess I'll wait outside. Resden just begins to walk away, and you kind of interpose your shield in as many of these fights as you can. Not all of them have weapons, but some of them are just bare hand strangling each other, like pulling at each other's horns and hair.
Don't worry, Tanner. They're free. They're free. Just focus on these two.
And you can see, just much like this artwork, their rage is in their eyes, a burning flame. And some of the others are trying to hold back the ones that are like that. And Resden's just not even turning around and just saying, "It's not me anymore."
Daya's gonna help anyone who's trying to escape. She's gonna help them get out of the clearing and at least get out of the way of the manic people.
Yeah.
She's not gonna get involved in any fights because she has 1 HP, but
Yeah.
She'll help the people whose feet are hurting. She'll just sort of give them
Yeah.
an arm to help them get out.
I would also be helping Daya with that. Those are the two of my concern.
Thank you. Thank you.
Quick!
Which way?
Quick! Follow me! Him! Trust me! Yeah, right. Just trust me! Come on, let's go! To the cedar!
They start like staggering and limping. One of them, you put an arm around Dyer to sort of steady them. Looks like they're
It's
like, oh,
it's okay. It's gonna be rough, but we can get you out of here. Do you know how to leave the Feywild?
hey, what? Where? Where am I? Oh
Oh
god.
God.
No.
Okay. Never mind then. We'll.
Not so fast, Daya! Their mind is still...
Do you think they're still under the enchantment?
No,
They say they don't know where they are.
Yeah,
It's
I
like
think
a
this is
hangover. You haven't
out.
experienced it yet.
Yeah,
Okay.
one or two of people are actually just puking up as they're coming around. One of the humans has fallen like down unconscious, almost like as if they've passed out from fatigue. And it'd probably be up to Grizz, who's just going to go fireman carry one of them out. Quick, hello, Miss Dyer. And they start heading towards that clearing that you entered through. And Resden, you can see he's already up ahead. And he's just moving at a normal pace whilst a screaming crowd charge up behind him. And he
this
quickly like
art.
sidesteps.
How did you have this art prepared? Did you expect this to happen? What the fuck?
Oh, it's
It's
like
awesome.
it's like I said when you came back from the break. I said it's like it was your idea, and yet he manipulated you into doing it.
Oh, yeah. Okay, DM. Very nice.
So everyone, you do your best to kind of calm the people who are panicked, and meanwhile Tanner is interposing his shield between several people. Now, like I say, they don't look like they're deadly fights. They're strangling each other and pulling each other's hair. And
Don't worry about them,
unfortunately,
Tanner! The
unfortunately,
satyrs!
you can tell it does seem to be Ember's fiery rage that has sparked them.
Right. Okay, yeah, once again, just putting shield between the crazies and the normies and push them away.
Okay. The longer this fight goes on, the more this fire begins to spread around you. The smoke becomes a bit of a breathing hazard at this point, and the heat is unbearable. Do you try and save everyone, or do you leave with the people you have? And it's the
Tanner!
person that-
Come on, Tanner! We got the two that matter, Tanner! It's okay! These people don't matter! Let's go!
He's wrong, but he's wrong about that. But you can't save everybody. We can't. It's not. You
One
can't
of the-
save everybody all the time, Tanner.
Just as Dyer says that, you see one of the satyr wrestles another into a fire. And you can smell the burnt hair on his fawn-like legs, and the agony is screaming as he's kind of trying to roll around on the floor, putting himself out.
Tanner is conflicted, and
Tanner!
the shield shoots back to him, and he runs towards his friends.
Okay. You turn away from the maddening screaming and fighting behind you, and there is still a sizable crowd that you kind of get behind, and there's another satyr that looks like they've broken their leg, and you have to pick them up and you hobble your way out before the rest of this grove is set into a huge bonfire. A couple of people are coughing and choking from the smoke. Other people have some light burns. Oh, well, that's a mess.
That was certainly interesting, wasn't it, Brisden?
I must admit, I'm impressed.
By what?
Quite the fire you
The
had there.
destruction?
Your ally has the capability for such destruction, and he didn't even lift a finger. You possess some very raw emotion within you. You should tap into that, you know.
I do. I mean, I'm really tired right now, but my inheritance, my gift, I've earned this. It's mine.
Well, there's only forwards now. My grove is destroyed. My winery business is at an end. But on to new ventures. I won't hold that against you. I encouraged it. We have the barrel that you'll need to sate the wild hunt. And
Indeed.
whilst we're on the way, why don't we discuss the terms and conditions of helping each other? This little bargain. You want to get out of the Feywild.
Safely and alive and
And
unenchanted.
so do you.
You might get a few scrapes along the way, and you see he picks a small thorn out of his tunic and flicks it away. Otherwise, nothing really comes easy in the Feywild, but I can guide you along the way.
A guide would be most useful for sure.
Oh, my player is literally like my player head is like, this is so dumb. But Tanner's just like
totally.
gripping at straws now.
Okay, so to understand things here, we have 2 humans, 1 satyr, and then Bresden, and then the 4 of us, right?
You've got a crowd of
Yeah, we
satyr.
have a crap ton of satyr.
Oh, we have a crap ton of satyrs.
Yeah, from the people that we saved.
Okay. I don't know, guys.
Resden's already walking a few paces ahead of you.
But
And,
bearing in mind that all
Are
of
are the other satyrs like showing an inclination to follow, or are they going their own way?
Not at all in the slightest. In fact, some of them are like giving looks of disgust towards Resden, but they seem too exhausted or too injured to really fight him.
Yeah. I mean, my inclination is to let them go. They're native to this land, and I assume. Well,
maybe
Opposite.
some of them didn't
point.
even know what the Feywild was.
The human, yeah, one of the humans. Did.
Oh, the humans.
Well, the humans
Okay,
didn't.
my apologies. My apologies.
Yeah, I'm concerned
We're
about the
not going
humans.
anywhere.
The others, even if we had even if we had the strength to try and rescue them, I don't think they need rescuing
No.
as much as the others do, as much as we do, frankly.
Oh, I was thinking about trying to use them, saying we freed you, now you owe us your lives, kind of thing, and maybe we can overthrow the wild hunt so that the wild hunt's not chasing us across friggin' multiverse to kill us. Dane and Yixi. Okay.
We still have the barrel, don't we? The barrel of.
Oh, right.
wine.
Yeah, what am I talking about? Yeah.
Chris also says, I'm out to pick up another one as well. Just in case.
Good, Chris. That's great. Good stuff.
So,
I've got a couple of wine bottles that are dangling off of ropes strung across my shoulders.
I think what
Perfect.
the
Daya,
best
that's
thing,
great.
the best thing for these people is to seek out help, seek out additional help that isn't the hunt and isn't, look round to Bresden.
Oh goodness, I wouldn't take them to the hunt.
The business of satyrs is not my problem, Tanner.
I was saying this under my breath.
Oh, sorry.
From Bresden.
Yeah, he wouldn't hear them.
Yeah.
He's actually quite busy. He seems to be clawing into a bark with his hands right now. Some distance away.
Interesting. So perhaps they can seek out some form of civilization. There must be other people. People who can help.
Sure, I imagine there's entire cities if we just knew where to look in this place, but...
Well, we do have the satyrs here. Maybe they know. Maybe they know where they came from.
Well, Dane and Jixi, they said that they when I asked who these 2 were, they said they were that they came looking for Bresden, so they have knowledge of how to come and go, I'd imagine. Perhaps where were they from? Evermore?
That's what they said. We
Let's
traveled.
ask them.
We traveled west, was past the farmlands and over a small stone bridge. Up ahead there was a hedge. We were lost in that forest for days. But so the tale is told of a grove.
The God's Fair?
Grove.
Yes, this one. We trekked here because there were tales of riotous celebrations, and well, I don't know about Dane, but I've always lived a miserable life. I just wanted to escape. I didn't think it would be a new hell.
Well, you're okay now, but here's the thing: is I set you free. Now it's your turn to set us free. You gotta take us out of here eventually. We have to deal with this wild hunt first, though. Just
No idea where I've ended up. West could be any direction, or east. I don't know.
I
Either
don't think
way,
there's a west or east here. It's more of a emotional thing.
whatever the
When you're
case.
going west, did you ever pass a gateway or a doorway or a some sort of barrier, some place between there and here? Do you remember what it looked like?
There was a long tree line, and a hedge. I remember, like I say, the small stone bridge. It was near a particular henge.
That sounds like the type of place that would be an entrance to this. Do you remember where that henge was? Where that bridge was?
Where it came out
Compare
to.
where it came out compared to the celebration.
I know where to go, and I know if I had that landmark. But like I said, we was in that forest for what seemed like days. We kept on going what we thought was west. Supposedly it was somewhere in here, but the forest just kept on going and going.
Maybe
I'll
it's
look
Uh,
over at Grizz. Does this make any sense to you?
What was the forest like? Uh, Started to get, well, weirder. The sense, the colors, they changed as the deeper we went in. Mm, Animals. There was less animals, instead more dangers. Mythical creatures. I swear I even spotted a unicorn, but it was only for a flash before it fled into the tree line.
a unicorn.
I saw and then the other one says, I saw a fox without a tail. And Resden pipes up. He's finished kind of clawing the tree and he's kind of inspecting his nails. Oh, I've heard that tale
What tale?
about the fox without a tail.
And is there something to that?
Yes, it's a sort of a morals behind it.
Will you tell us?
Certainly. Let us walk and talk. That way, you're making use of your time.
Well, I can appreciate efficiency, and I'll walk with him.
Okay.
First, tell me what is that with the trees? You just keeping your nails clean, or
Oh,
is
no,
there
the
something
sap.
else there?
And you'll see he's actually dug so far into the tree that he's clawed away, and the tree is now bleeding. Grizz is like, oh, poor tree. But the sap seems to be bleeding down the tree trunk, and
Hmm.
as it does, it seems to sort of veer in a direction as the sap nears the roots. And Resden has now led you in that direction, the way the sap is bleeding.
Interesting. So the sap leads the way? Is that leads the way to the hunt or to a specific direction?
All pain leads to the hunt.
Hmm.
Now, about that story. A bit more of a
Yes.
pleasant tale. Let's see. Alright. Bring it up. Oh, man. I'll dig deep in my notes here. Wonder where it is. As you're going, though, the two humans have definitely followed. Though the rest of the satyrs, they seem to be tending to their own. Those who were capable and recovered, or maybe took the least injury, are now tending to those who aren't. And before you kind of fully leave, one of them rushes up to you and says, "Thank you, thank you. You freed us from the so-called king of ours. Please, just take this, take it." And
Ah, ah,
but yeah, you see that one of them thrusts a small box into your hand. It's like quite long and rectangular.
wow. Thank you. What is this?
They have already turned and left, and they've kind of like rushed back to someone who's like, "Oh, it burns!" It's like, "Don't worry, we'll get some water." And they already.
I don't know, Dia. Tricky cedars.
And you've also been told not to accept gifts as well. Hey, nonetheless, it's in your hands.
Yeah, for now I'll kind of just look at Tanner and Dia and kind of shrug like, do I open this? What the? What do you think?
I think you did them a service and they're doing you a service in return. Maybe you didn't intend to make a bargain, but you did free them.
Yeah.
A king of swords deserves his penance, I guess. Let's see what's inside. I'll open it.
Okay. As you open it up, I need to grab something real quick because I'm still trying to find the notes of the other thing. Jumping around here.
Sorry, Chris.
It's all right. There it is. Is that? Okay. Seems to be a small crook, like a one
Finger
size
bowl?
for like miniature sheep.
Miniature sheep?
You could only imagine
A what? A what? Sorry, did you say it was a crook?
a crook. Yes.
Okay.
So
How big is?
it's big enough to fit in both hands. So it's almost like the same size as like a long flute or something. In fact, I was expecting it to be a flute as you open it up. It's about the same size case, but it's actually a smooth red staff made of a rigid length of rope.
I have no idea what this is, Dia. You want it? Tanner? Chris? Chris, you know what this is?
I'll take it. Do I feel anything if I pick it up?
Picking it up, it feels like sort of a red glow comes from it. It could be your eyes playing tricks on you. And then you realize that the rope is quite flexible. It's not just a solid crook, but it seems to have been like bent into that shape to resemble a crook. It's actually
Mm.
quite, flexible rope. And as you kind of lift it out, it feels lighter than what you expect. It almost like jumps out and up into the air, like it wants to reach upwards. But it's firmly in your grasp, nonetheless.
Is it pulling me in any one direction?
Yeah, it's just up.
Just up.
Hmm.
Okay, I'm gonna hang on to it. Um, I'll say, Ember, can I have that box as well? No.
Uh, sure. I don't
And
trust anything from these satyrs. No
no,
offense,
I don't
President.
blame you.
Actually, I do mean to defend you. You're all so very clever and devious. Be
All right,
careful with that, Daya.
yeah, that's enough. Uh, I'm just gonna hold it in my hand just and see if I feel anything from it. Like besides the fact that it's tugging slightly upward, I'm gonna see if I can intuit or feel what it wants or what it can do. And I'll sort of shake it around and see how flexible it is, and just feel the weight of it. Like not necessarily concentrating on it because we're still walking and talking, but yeah, just gonna
It's
get used to holding it.
there's a simple little knot at the beginning of the crook head, and it seems like quite an easy knot to undo. It's not like a complex one. It looks quite loose as well, like someone hasn't tightened it fully, maybe deliberately. Um, so it feels like you could undo it quite easily, and also you notice right at the very tip of the crook there does seem to be like a tiny thin silver band, and what looks to be maybe like an amulet of some sort hanging from it, but it's so small. It's like small enough to be like an earring.
Okay.
And you can roll an Arcana check as you look at the tiny
Oh yes, I would very
amulet.
much like to do that.
Oh. Um, you're not up to scratch on all the runes of the magical means, but it does look like something you may have seen in Tyro's spell books. It looks like a symbol you recognize, but you don't know what it represents.
Hmm. Okay. Can I think on all the symbolism or any mentions and stories of shepherds, of ropes, of animals, of yeah, and anything even closely related to that. Anything called the shepherd, the sheep, the crook, the
um,
herd.
yeah, you can roll me like a history check.
Yeah. I don't know, brainstorming here.
Sure.
And hope I roll better. A little better.
Sorry.
Yes, still a bit fatigued to sort of think
Yeah,
about what
my
stories
brain's
could
too
come up.
tired.
And just as you're about to perhaps think of something like, oh, crooks were made to like pull sheep into a safe pen, just as you kind of got that idea of a safe place or a pen, you're suddenly hearing Resden go, so, the story. It goes like this. And he kind of
Yep.
interrupts. Uh,
Okay.
okay, so, goodness me. Um, the story goes a little something like this. Oh, God. When I find it, I know it's here. Yes, found it. Okay, cool. So, he goes, The Fox Without a Tail. It happened that a fox caught its tail in a trap. Well, so he says. And in struggling to release himself, lost all of it but a stump. At first, he was ashamed to show himself among his fellow foxes, but at last he determined to put a bolder face upon his misfortune, and he summoned all the foxes of Elfland to a general meeting to consider the proposal which he had to place before them. When they had all assembled together, the fox proposed that they should do away with their tails. He pointed at how inconvenient a tail was when they were being pursued by the enemies, the hounds of the wild hunt, for example. How much it was in their way when they desired to sit down and hold a friendly conversation with one another. He failed to see any advantage in carrying about such a useless encumbrance. "This is all very well," said one of the older foxes, "but I do not think you would have recommended us to dispense of our chief ornament if you had not happened to lose it yourself." He lets the small grin spread across his face as he turns around. And of course, the moral of this little fable is to just distrust interested advice. But I assure you, you have nothing to mistrust about me. We are heading in the same direction. You wish to leave the Feywild? As do I. And I will help you accomplish that.
A fox without a tail. Be at a severe disadvantage for many reasons, I'd imagine. Staying warm, for example, in colder climates. You know, perhaps balance while climbing. The tail would certainly assist.
More to the point, are there so many of these tailless foxes around that one would just see them walking around the Feywild? Did
Oh,
many of them
certainly
follow
not.
his example?
I think that same fox wanders like an exile, an outcast amongst his kin. But that's what you get for trying to be
Foolishness.
so bold. Indeed, yes. I heard that actually didn't really catch his tail, but he sort of staged a small coup. He tried to eat the Squirrel King. If anything, it's karma.
Well, you should have distrusted the interested advice. Yeah. Perhaps someone told him that the Squirrel King would be easy prey, and turns out it wasn't the case.
Yes, he was definitely getting a bit too big for his paws.
Yeah, these tales and all these fairy tales and things of that nature. They're all these little morals.
Not fairy
They're all
tales,
somewhat
fox tales.
foxtails. Yes, fox. Very nice there. These foxtails. They all have these messages and morals and these. They all seem to point towards they're very prophetic, if you will. I wonder if this has anything to do with what you're seeking.
I don't know about prophecy. These types of tales are common everywhere.
They all
Where
seem to
to
share this.
teach you not to believe what you see, not to trust the words of shysters,
Satyrs.
to keep true to your beliefs, to be honest and loyal.
Keep true to your beliefs, Tanner.
These tales are told everywhere, not just the Feywild. And I if it means anything for prophecy, I don't know.
They seem to have more weight in the Feywild. The Feywild seems to punish and reward thought as much as concrete things. You could do very well here with a manipulative mind if you were to be inclined to conquer, to rule.
And is that what you want? To rule here? You are manipulative. Ambitious.
I am not manipulative.
You could do very well here if you came to understand it a little better.
I feel like I am learning a bit of the ways of this place, but it is It's far too frustrating. And I don't know if I have enough time, Daya. I don't know if you have enough time.
I certainly don't.
The
But
longer we
This
spend
is
here,
not a just way of life.
there is.
No.
I am a firm believer in justice, and when you make a deal, the deal is between two parties, and I feel like there's too much room for interpretation, if you will. The laws here are far too vague. There's not enough control. There's not enough authority. There's not enough certainty in this place. I find it distasteful, Daya. I find it frustrating. I find it unlawful, certainly, and I find it uh, without grounds, without meaning or bearing. It's all very
Much
sporadic.
like the
It's
hut.
yes, Tanner, yes, much like the hut. There's no purpose for this place. This place has no purpose. I can see why you want to leave, President. There is no reason to be here.
Resden. But
Resden, pardon me.
did you just say the hut? Well, I've spun my tale. Let's hear it then. You're talking
hut?
of the one and only hut, aren't you? This host that you
Fuck.
mentioned.
Yes.
Oh no.
Jack's hut. Jack of the
The
Jack.
Jack Shack. The legendary Jack Shack. Oh, of course.
What the hell is the Jack Shack?
The Squirrel King has told me all about it.
best wings in the Nine Kingdoms. Jack
What
Shack.
the-
Oh, and for your eyes.
Of course he knows.
He summons a little illusion of the Squirrel King for you. Let me find one. 1 second. Where is he?
Squirrel King.
Yeah, you gotta see the Squirrel King.
Funny note, I follow @squirrel on Twitter. Just saying.
I follow Squirrel Girl on Twitter.
There you go.
There he is. Here's the Squirrel King.
Oh,
Wow. That's
Wow.
I love it.
yeah, that's a life
Oh
of
my god, the wig.
who drew
colourful.
this?
Very colourful character.
Leo
That'll be up at the
Karen,
bottom.
yeah.
Yeah.
What the
Amazing. The wig, the neckcloth. So good.
oh my god, the
The
golden
cuffs.
acorn.
I could introduce you if you wanted to stop by. Let's deliver our shipment, of course.
Yeah, hurry up. Let's no, the longer I'm
that's
here,
not
the
even-
worse it is for me and my companion Daya. We're in a very time sensitive fucking squirrels are killing me.
You-
Very time sensitive situation here to understand.
My companion is right. As much as I would be fascinated to explore this place and see what strange adventures it has and what interesting creatures, we are pressed for time. We are needed elsewhere, and well,
this,
you said you
well-
wanted to leave and find someplace interesting, right?
you speaking of
then.
funny tone, this is elsewhere, and you have all the time in the world. If you're from where you say you are, then
Mitra.
we have all night.
Yes,
Well-
all night, of course.
In one sense, in the other sense, for our bodies, time is passing, and we grow more tired
You-
by the hour.
You shall be back before tomorrow. That I
Hmm.
can assure you.
That's
Are
so
you sure we
vague.
can trust you?
Tomorrow could be any time.
Tomorrow, time doesn't pass here. There is no morning here.
Hold on,
Oh,
did
yeah.
you just say vague?
Vague.
Vague?
Big.
Vague.
Vague.
What?
I think he did
You-
say vague.
What more
Anyway,
Yeah.
you're,
Anyway.
What
I was
was I
looking at a
supposed to
picture
say?
of the squirrel. I wasn't paying attention.
you wish to leave. I'm afraid there is a bit of a courtly thing to go through. It's. I'm sure you've had enough of kings and queens, but
Hmm.
if you wish to leave, then you should beseech the queen.
The
Queen?
Queen
Um,
Una.
That is the one. Then you are from the hut.
Keep asking us about this hut.
Yes, I just putting things together.
Queen Jackie.
The hut is the one and only Baba Yaga's hut.
Fuck.
And the reason why you know who Queen Una is because she has business with Baba Yaga.
You're not wrong. Yeah.
So you know Una.
I do. Not personally, but I do know of her troubles and I do know of her business. Tell me, are you the ones responsible?
The stars?
Responsible for what?
He points at Ember.
The stars? You're asking us if we're responsible for that?
No, we didn't take the stars.
Did you put them back? Are you coming to get them back?
No, it's not my problem. I'm coming here.
It's not
Well,
my problem either.
Gauth took my gold first of all, but also I guess I could call Daya a friend. I'm here to help my friend.
Look, make no misunderstanding. I didn't mean to pry about this, but if you're trying to get out of the Feywild, you're going to need to see the Queen. If you're going to see the Queen, I need to know your relationship with her, the stars, and Baba Yaga.
Why would you need to know? You've been very mysterious with us. Why should we tell you everything?
You could be thieves coming to take them back, working for Baba Yaga, or you could be the ones who stole them in the first place, and you're hiding, escaping from Baba Yaga, and that's why you find Queen Una, because she's the only ally.
We're more somewhat associated with Baba Yaga. We have come from there, but it was per chance that we actually stumbled across this place.
If you're with Baba Yaga, then
Not
you can
with.
Not with Baba Yaga.
associated.
We are.
You really think a person like myself would side with a witch?
Baba Yaga
In
is
fact,
more
then
than
again,
just
I
a witch.
say, let alone a satyr.
She's more than just a witch, and yes, you've already sort of made a bargain with me. I wouldn't put it past you to make one with her. Does Tanner look confused as when he says you've already made a bargain?
That we've already made a bargain.
Yeah, that you've made an like specifically you.
What, with the satyr?
Yeah, maybe you do now.
I mean, it's not so much a bargain.
The kind here would say otherwise, but it matters not. Let's not get into the technicalities, shall we? How was that coffee, by the way?
It was delightful.
Good. Then we're in agreement.
Uh-oh.
Now, Queen Una needs to get confirmation that you're not going to do a terrible act and steal the stars of the Feywild back again. So, if you can assure me that you're not going to do that, then Queen Una might be the avenue we take in order to get you back. Or, if you think that she might distrust you, then we should skip along and find a different route.
I look at
We
the
aren't
others.
here to steal the stars. We're not here to steal the stars, right? I don't
We're
think we
not
are.
here to steal the
No.
stars.
Yeah,
No.
I'm not here to steal the stars. No,
We
we're not
are-
here to steal the stars.
We are here by accident.
Yeah. I'm here to retrieve my amulet from the ghost. Nicholas, have you seen him?
Gesundheit.
No,
No.
that's his name. I didn't sneeze.
You're part of the wild hunt. I'm assuming they could probably help you hunt something down like that.
I figured that would be the way of this happening. Damn it! Ah, Chris, this is your fault.
What? And why am I always carrying the barrels?
I think if we're able to go and see Queen Una, then first of all, if it's going to be anything like when we saw Dust, then perhaps we'll actually be able to get the rest we need. Second of all, she might be the only way that we'll be able to get back.
If it helps at all, I think our goals are more aligned with, or at least my goals are more aligned with Queen Una's than the Baba Yaga's.
Right.
Here to help my friend as well. Seems as
But
though my
without knowing her, it's hard to know.
Yes, it seems like you need more of the full story. But I won't bore you with a long tale. I think you'll probably discover it the moment you speak to Una. But just know that there's a bit of a history between Una and Baba Yaga. These stars, he gestures, have exchanged hands more than once.
Now that's interesting. That's new information. Were
You
they
just have
always
to-
exchanged between the queen and the witch?
They have. They serve a purpose for the witch, and they serve a purpose here in the Feywild. For without the stars, we only have the moon. And it is said that to be touched by the moon's rays in slumber is to court lunacy. The stars keep us sane. They keep the darkness at bay. And yes, there are darker things than Baloths and Satyr kings.
Lusterian, perhaps. With
Sorry, have you got
stars.
a cold?
Sorry?
Have you got a cold? He assumed you just sneezed again.
No. Lusterian. Hidden by the stars, perhaps. Is that.
Is this another? Is this a different language, or is this the common tongue? I'm not.
I don't know. I remember, Chris. I remember hearing about this Lusterian. I've got it in my notes here.
Yes,
This
you do.
the
He's
world
just
failed and
he's clueless.
Okay. Never
Tell me, what is it? Is this a
well,
world?
well, if a world veiled in shadow, so if there's no stars, well, it'd be more of an eclipse, I guess. It's a prophetic thing. I'm not sure how exactly how it relates to all of this.
Interesting. Perhaps that should be our destination once we get out of here.
Perhaps it would be something new. I don't know why we want to go there, but
if it's secreted away, I'm sure it's hidden for a reason, right?
do you know anything about this comet?
Ideas. The comet?
Daya, you said you saw the comet in the sky?
A comet, yes.
You mean
A comet I have not seen for some time.
You mean that one? And he points up to the sky.
Could that be Lusterian?
He shrugs.
When did this comet appear?
Oh,
How long ago?
yesterday.
And what does yesterday mean in terms of how you
When the
measure time?
when the sun last set and the moon rose. the cycle of night and day.
Yes, of course. How silly of me.
So this is all so complex, convoluted. The fucking
I-
Feywild, man.
Yeah, it sounds like you're in need of a bit of a. Begins with R, ends in T.
Yes,
Quite.
certainly.
Don't really know the word. Don't really use it.
A rest. Yes, we are in need
That's
of rest.
such a strange word. But
Eh,
yeah,
we're
I
from a
think that-
strange place. Where we come from, you'd be considered quite unusual not to rest.
then, in good faith, I have led you. But let us consider. Would you like to go to the Wild Hunt first and deliver this wine? Make sure that they're absolutely not going to be on your tail. Then get your rest? Or would you like
Probably
to rest first? Risk that your risk
tomorrow will come.
mm,
They said to have the wine back before
before the
by
night is
before
up,
the end
right?
of the night.
For the end of the
Then
night.
quickly, let's get this done. And he leads you back to the Hunter's Lodge. You've been walking for a while now, and as such, he seems to know quite a. Whoa, what the hell? He seems quite. Yeah, what the? That's why I couldn't see the artwork. My God, I was getting confused last time. Anyway, yes, he knows the most direct route, and although it took you like what felt like hours going through the forest trying to find the way to the Crown of Thorns, he leads you back in perhaps like a 20-minute walk, and it, the space here just is completely defied by the logic of which he's just done. You are back in the lodge, and you still hear the drinking and raucous celebration that's going on. You see that the lookout watches you, and a hawk flies over your heads, signaling your approach.
I
Sev
will hold up
reappears.
one of the bottles to signal that we've come back with the booze.
Ah, you made it back in good time. And you brought drink.
Rejoice in this wonderful wine.
And
Oh, Hunt Master!
who are these two? The two
Don't worry about
human.
them. They're joining the party.
We asked them to help us carry the wine. They are servants, no more.
Very well. And the Satyr King himself? Why have you come? Oh, to have... I'm giving you my finest. I wouldn't want to let it go to waste, or let it go down. I mean, I'd want to share in my own the fruits of my labor. He says, very well. What was your price? And he says, oh,
Anger was the price.
precise. He smiles. And more to come. So, let's get drinking. And he uncorks the keg in his hands and begins pouring it out for everyone. And yeah, the feast continues, and it doesn't feel like you've even left. Everyone's still in the same kind of drunken state that they were before. And
Not this time, Grizz. Not this time.
oh,
Just stay here. Trust
Don't
me.
you two start again.
We'll start
You
what?
see-
You want him to join this nonsense, Tanner?
I
The
just
one who
can't
isn't
shoot
drinking,
him
of
along.
course. There is one who isn't drinking, and you might need to think about either distracting them or just getting their attention. But
This
it's
one,
up to
right?
you.
The Hawkmaster never
That's
drinks.
right, the
Falcon.
lookout.
Falcon. Yeah.
Oh, that dude, okay.
But
Can't
she hasn't noticed anything suspicious yet. Everyone's just drinking merrily as they were before.
Resden, I'll kind of like shrugs my head towards her, like, what
Hmm.
about that one?
Oh, right. Are you not drinking? She just looks down with cold, predatory eyes.
Maybe she'd look good with a crown of thorns.
Don't tempt me. Why
She'd
did
be
you come
most
down
beautiful.
here and tell us? Did you hear about the terrifying beholderkin that's roaming around the forest? What was his name again, Ember?
Yeah, shit.
That's the one.
As close.
Perhaps you've organized a hunt that should be the next target. You're always planning a new venture into the forest, are you not?
Yeah, he took my amulet.
She begins to
Yeah, but
climb down.
brooch of shielding. Protects you against the magics of pure arcane energy. A very sentimental and important thing to me. I really like gold. It's quite luxurious.
I have, as it happens.
Kill it!
There is one who remembers, one who knows how to hunt aberration.
And
Who?
who is that? Someone separate from the hunt.
She points over, my sister, and she points over towards the pen where the wolves are staying. It's kind of like a stables, but for like wolves. So like the kennels, we'll call it. Over by the kennels, you'll find Rasilia the nail.
Cilia the nail.
Mm.
How
She
come you're
has
all
a
named after
hound.
equipment?
She has a hound that has never forgot the smell of aberrant blood.
Well, if perhaps in the morning, once the celebration is over, if you were looking for a new challenge, the aberration might be an excellent place to start.
And as a reward, you can have my amulet delivered to me to celebrate your hunt. Of course, that would be my terms. I provided you with a quality target. In return, you return my item that I let him so graciously take from me to enable this hunt to happen in the first place.
She kind of whistles, and she kind of gives a nod to you, Ember. Perhaps the reward will be all yours. We are only in it for the kill. And over the course of the next few seconds, you see a very kind of old, tired-looking wolf come from around the kennels, and it's got barding over its body that protects it. It's got a few scrapes and cuts here and there, but it looks mostly intact. It's got a bandage around its old paws as well. Looks like this wolf's been through some thickets. And
Yeah.
yeah, here we go. As it approaches, it looks it up at Leticia the Talon and says, "The only problem is, I'm afraid, old Kane here is past his prime. His nose can't catch the scent the way it used to. Others told me to put him down. Others told my sister to put him down. But I doubt she can bear the thought of losing her loyal friend."
Your loyalty
Well,
does you credit. But can Cain teach the others to hunt? The other
Well,
wolves, pass
can
on his
you
knowledge as the wise one.
can you describe a scent to another being?
I've already
we
proven
already
today that I can't.
we already had that
Then it
challenge.
is Kane that must.
We might have somebody who can, though. I look at Grizz.
I can talk to him.
Maybe
I
there's a
could
way
talk to
that
Kane.
you can transfer this across.
You see that Leticia has actually come over as well. No, Rasilia, sorry. She says, "What's going on? What are you getting Kane to do? Leave him be. He's resting." And Grizz sort of steps up, like, Looks like your wolf needs help sniffing again. If needs his old sniffer like revitalizing or something. She turns and like, "Hmm. Well, Kane was always best when working. He hasn't worked in a while. Feel too bad for him, and he doesn't keep up with the others. But maybe if you let him wander through the fields, let him dig up some old bones, maybe it'll be enough to awaken his senses." You see, kind of comes down to a knee height with the wolf and starts sort of like scritching it under its collar.
He could be, perhaps taught to smell gold, I imagine. If this creature has the same desire for such treasure as I do, that perhaps would smell of ore and gold.
Hmm.
Or
Maybe.
greed. The smell of greed. Does greed have a smell in the Feywild, perhaps?
There are many ways to track prey. Emotion does leave a trail. It shapes
Uh,
the forest like a footprint.
Chris,
Yes.
do I still feel this intense desire that all gold should be mine, and that, or perhaps the beholder's eaten this thing by now? I'm not sure.
Yes, you do still feel that at this
Okay,
point.
so then I
Yep.
still. All right, perfect.
Well, that sounds like the perfect excuse. Reston sort of whispers.
Yes, yes, certainly. Two birds, one stone. I'll smile at the falcon.
We'll help your little wolfie here get their senses back, shall we? And oh, do enjoy the drinks. Don't hold the party up for us.
Yeah, of course. You first. Take care and have a nice day. Make sure you
All
get
right,
my amulet.
take Kane with you. And yeah, you see Resilia the nail goes back to the drinking, and she looks around like, "This is good stuff, Reston. Only the best for you, the huntress of the nail, tooth, and claw, or whatever it is." Anyway, adieu. We are going to help your wolf here.
Of course. Enjoy the wine. Celebrate the life and times of the Huntmaster and his kill.
The first of many hunters collapses off the back of the log, and at that moment, you see Leticia the Talon is in the process of climbing back up their watchtower, and it's just about to like gets kind of organized and look out across the camp again. How Hawk is already circling the body that's kind of knocked unconscious, and at this point, I'm guessing you guys are taking leave.
Yep.
Taking the lead. Yep.
Come on,
We still have
Kane.
this wolf. We still have this wolf with us, right? Though.
Yeah, you do.
I mean,
And
Okay,
perhaps
that was unanticipated, but that's
perhaps there's
fine.
a way we can at least heal up
wolf.
before we go out into the wilderness.
No,
Well,
no.
the satyr will take care of that.
You don't want to sleep here, do you?
No,
Reston
I
said.
mean
No, we
just heal
definitely don't.
wounds.
I
Heal
think
wounds. Do you have any healing?
Funnily enough, not for a couple of days now.
Follow me.
yes,
Oh.
of course.
Let me lead you to a little
Finally get
known
some sleep.
location. This is a tidy little meadow where no strings attached, ones like you can find peace. Not the bad type of peace, the recovery type.
Ah, it was in the book, right? Daya, that book.
What book? Oh,
The book for the young elf girl. She wrote.
yes. Yes, there was. She did mention that, and I'll read out the passage and say, "Is this the one you want? Is this where
It
you're
is.
leading us? It would be
Indeed.
most welcome if you know of it."
Indeed, the butterflies are the ones that will offer you some respite.
And they truly don't ask anything in return.
They ask, but it is up to you if you wish to give. It's sort of like a tip service. Yes, think of it that way. You're tipping them.
If we can choose what to give, then that would be most welcome.
Well, they shall. They will also trade as well. Don't feel like you're losing something. In fact, well, you'll see. They're quite nosy. And he leads you back. And it looks like Resden's kind of got a little skip in his step. You know what? Being helpful is. It's endearing for once. Quite enjoying it.
Flashback
Now,
to all the
no more
people that
tricks.
just burned alive in his grove.
Yeah, yeah. It's so
I'll,
weird and sadistic. A moment
I'll,
ago,
I'll,
he
s-
was making people burn.
I'll say to him, I don't know if you find virtue its own reward, but at least in my experience, helping people is the more challenging, the more difficult, and the most rewarding. If you
Yeah, I'm
want to
finding
speak
this
of
really difficult, Daya.
satisfaction in a job well done,
Oh,
then taking the difficult path and repairing something is much more emotionally fulfilling than, well, enchanting people to do your bidding, enslaving people. It
eh,
was tedious, wasn't it?
it was. It was. I will say
Yeah.
though, this isn't satisfaction or rewarding. I'd say it just humors
Fun?
me. Yes,
Fun?
humors me.
Well, I've never met any challenge like the ones that I have recently, where I've had a greater goal in mind.
And
Even
besides,
fighting for my own satisfaction, I was nothing quite like it.
and this is no challenge. It is no sweat of my back either.
Well, come with us to the hut, and you'll see.
Hmm. I am tempted. I think I shall follow you for as long as I am entertained, but
Mm.
the hut is much like this place. One of chaos, I heard. One of
Yes.
tricks and bargains. It's full of my own kind, and I'm trying to I'm trying to veer away from that line of work.
Then what is it that you seek? If not something more interesting than this. I
I
can think
think
of few things more interesting than the witch's hut.
I'm interested in hidden things.
Hmm.
And I think your friend Ember has piqued my interest with this Asterion. Might have to look into that.
Yeah, I don't know too much about it. I'm sorry. I just
Well,
heard
you'll
about
find
it.
one who do.
Well, I think you do well with Daruka in the hut. He seems to have a lot of resources with well, or
I mean, perhaps we could discuss our assets once we're out
yes,
of this place.
Oh,
uh,
we are already out of this place. In fact,
I
we're
mean,
already
the
here.
Feywild.
Oh, right.
yes.
So he says
Katsurask is also quite knowledgeable.
he says just behind that tree over there. If you could go around it. No, no, the other one. Okay, now I'll go around this one. Ember, you go around the other one, please. And Grizz, pick a tree and also go around that one. Circle it. Keep circling.
What sort of a game is this?
It's ring around the roses, I guess.
Fuck's sake.
What the hell?
A tissue, we all fall down, but in rest, not in death.
Ember's too
That's
tired to argue at this point. He will follow the instructions, as weird as they are.
And as he gets all of you individually circling different trees, you start to get a little bit dizzy as a result. And Resident's also doing it as he goes, and he's actually skipping around the tree, just enjoying it, making a mockery of like a like a play school. It's like la 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 la. And as he does this, you start to see the bark on the tree begins to twist slowly, not harmfully, but like almost as if the tree is growing up into a spiral. And as it does, you start to see your one's doing very much the same sort of thing. This twisting spiral goes up, and the bark has turned into a strange twisted grove. And he says, "Now, please, try to empty your mind. You will not find rest, and not with all that stress. As I've said, emotions, they can leave a mark on the world. Try to empty them all."
Ember will
I'm gonna-
try.
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna try and meditate, Zen style, empty my
Uh,
mind.
This is perfect. You immediately enter into this sort of trance, and you've never found meditation quite so easy than you have within the Feywild, which is surprising because it being a place of chaos. But you sort of watch the spiraling trees, and those patterns seem to just take away all your stress and hardships of the day, and then it replaces it with this calm, this fluttering peace comes towards you. And there is a moment where you think about potentially setting up a watch, maybe wondering what's Resden going to do, and as soon as you have that nagging doubt, or even just that suspicion, you start to feel like you're coming out of the trance, and you realize you won't be able to rest whilst being so suspicious of Resden. And he doesn't seem like he needs to rest at all. So after you guys kind of get settled in, he actually begins to kind of wander off, and he looks left and right, and then looks back right again, and then begins walking off in that direction. And you hear his voice from behind the tree line as he disappears and says, "I'll be back in a bit. I have other errands to run. Got a claim on.
I'm gonna wave him off.
Got a claim
And
on the insurance."
Yeah. I'm gonna go over to Tanner and say, look, 4 hours on, 4 hours off. Do you want to take first shift, or should I?
I'll take the first shift. You're a lot worse for wear than I am.
Thank you, I will. Don't fall asleep. Stand if you need to. Here's a book you can read, and I'll hand over the journal. Wake me up in 4 hours.
I will.
Okay.
Okay. The Grizz is also settled in, and he's like, "This grass is just as soft as the moss. Gotta say, he picked the right spot." And the wolf seems to be like kind of heavily breathing, closing his eyes. And Grizz is meditating as well, it seems. And it looks like he's about to kind of talk with the wolf. And about 10 minutes into this slumber, or this meditation, you do hear him sort of softly kind of purring, dog purring, to this wolf, and seemingly communicating with it and talking.
Light
And
growl.
yeah, it's like a light growl, but not menacing or anything. So sort of like a and Grizz just continues to do that for a while. It's nice, a little bit of background noise.
Nothing unusual for Grizz.
As And then finally Ember, and you're maybe the one having a little bit harder time.
Yeah,
The
this is
grass
not
feels
easy for him.
the grass feels prickly underneath you, and even though you kind of maybe change spot or roll over into another part, it still feels prickly no matter where you lay. And where you try to rest your head, it's kind of lumpy, like there's a bump in the earth. And it is a little bit harder for you to kind of find rest. But the fatigue, the exhaustion overtakes the discomfort, and you find yourself passing out. Which leaves Tana to be the only one really available to talk. So, before we end tonight's session, there is a moment where you are trying to keep alert and you start to kind of almost doze off and half close your eyes. Just as you do, you see a little flicker of light in the distance and kind of blink, maybe rubbing your eyes trying to see what it was. And then there's a flutter again, another flicker and flutter, another multiple flickering light. And you see that they're wings, tiny little wings. And as they approach you, they go through the trunks of the trees like they're ghosts, like they're specters of a butterfly. And as they kind of hover around you, you start to hear a whisper in your ear. And I don't know if you speak Sylvan. You don't speak Sylvan, do you?
I think I actually don't. Let me check. No, I speak Celestial. God damn it.
Celestial. Okay.
Yeah.
We do speak Elvish. So there is a moment where you hear it say something, almost like a rhyme of some sort. Ambienes. Hafalana. And it's a whisper, but you heard it clear, almost like it was in your mind.
I'll just call out.
Do you?
Yeah, I'll just
Yeah.
call out. Hello? Who's there?
What language do you say that in?
Well, I'll say first in common.
Okay. It flutters around in front of your face, and then passes through your shoulder, and then around the outside of your neck, and you just feel this kind of tickling sensation. And it says, "Mananis."
I'll say, does it sound... If it's Sylvan, would it vaguely kind of remind me of Elvish?
It does, but it's more like there's more like rhyming
Yeah.
and sing-songiness to it.
I'll kind of respond in Elvish. The same
Ah.
thing.
It says, "An elf. Elf, we can do."
And who is this? Who are you? What are you?
It says, "We are secret keepers."
Oh boy. Secret keepers.
It flutters excitedly. Yes, yes. Do you have a secret? We shall trade you. We shall trade you. A secret for a secret.
I don't know. I mean, does it have to be a secret that I keep to myself, or a secret that we try and keep away from others? Secret is very vague depending on which way you put it.
A secret is something only you know.
God damn it.
And we shall trade a secret that only we know.
Oh, why did you have to pick Tanner for this?
Don't worry. We'll be asking the others.
I can imagine.
A strange group like yours, you must have many secrets.
Can I come back to you on this one? You
Yeah,
very
sure.
much put me on the spot.
It's okay. I'll go whisper to the muscly one.
Okay.
He seems to understand us. Korean, Maria. Oh, hello. He definitely speaks in Sylvan though. He says that. He's like, what? But yes, we, as you guys begin to sort of doze off, and these secrets perhaps are exchanged. We don't have to do them right now. We can think about them for next session. But there is good news, everyone. You have recovered.
Yeah.
You gained the benefit
It's
of a
been
long
Oh my
3
God.
seconds
Finally!
of exhaustion.
Jesus.
My God.
Right, let's get rid of that.
Good.
Let's just.
Oh, good riddance. Point of exhaustion.
You
Literally
know what,
everything
though?
I've done has been shit because of this.
But here's the thing.
Everything in a disadvantage is not good, but also having no hit points and no spell slots is not good. And
So
although I'm glad that
Crackflies.
we weren't like role playing the drunken tiredness this time
Mm.
because that was making me physically tired last time.
Yeah.
That's so good.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Oh,
my
spell
God.
slots, how
rest.
do you do? Sorcery points, how do you do? 7 of 7, look at that.
And now, guys, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Who wants to go and kill all of the wild hunt?
Yeah, I was
I
I
definitely
was
do.
thinking about trying to get those satyrs on our side and do
Oh my
that.
god.
Oh,
It's like day and night. You turn into murder hobos as soon as you have spell.
So see what the
No.
Feywild done to us, Chris.
The Wild Hunt might not be giving you any more trouble if they're all completely passed out. from
Yeah,
the
to be
alcohol.
fair, like if they come
Still
after
the
us,
morning,
then we'll
however
hold
long
it.
that is.
Hold our own.
Right. Right.
But nice. Oh, thank God.
Oh man.
Enjoy. It's a well deserved.
It just feels good. Whew.
Cute. I thought he'd be more curious about Eusterian. I guess
He
he's
is.
a little curious. He seems.
He's he's now like you piqued his interest. Before he didn't have a clue, right? So now
Remind
he's
me
kind of
who
knowing-
Eusterian is?
It was to deal with you, I think. Your prophecy business. It's some secret world. So like this whole Shadow of the Moon thing kind of got me thinking about it.
Mm.
It
Yeah.
was described as a world that is that is trying to remain secret in a veil of shadow, and will only show itself during an eclipse or during some kind of event. But I mean, stars falling from the sky are not necessarily an eclipse, but perhaps the shadow of the moon is an eclipse. I don't know.
Oh.
Hmm.
It's
Shadow
all
the
very,
Moon?
it's all
Yeah.
very mysteriously worded.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure it makes sense in Chris's brilliant mind, but I'm trying to figure it out myself. But yeah, but I don't know. I just remembered about it. I'm like, I wonder if this
When did we hear about that?
the satyrs.
Satyrs. Okay.
Perhaps was
Huh.
it with the satyrs? Exactly. All I have. Let me check my notes here. All I have. Locations, extraplanar, Eusterion. Let's cut. World veiled in shadow will come to exist when there is an eclipse, a strange prophecy. For now, it seems that the world is trying to hide itself.
Hmm.
That's all I know.
Very mysterious.
But it might have something to do with your comet situation or not.
Could.
I was actually
mean-
thinking about just when we were about to. I thought we were going to get killed there with that beast attacked us. I was actually going to say I gather my party or whatever, and I was going to wish us to Eusterion and see what would happen.
Or could even be something to do with another campaign,
Oh,
which
Oh,
is
shit.
great because you're tapping into other threads and stories.
So it's a
foreshadowing.
complete red herring in terms of our little adventure?
In that case,
It-
glad I didn't do that.
It might not be. That's the thing. Because if you intervene with something, or if you get what's the word, like if you get all mixed up with it, if you get all interweaved with that stuff, it will mean vastly different things. I can't really say much, can I? It's...
Yeah, be careful.
Yeah, no, I can't say anything. But
Don't
it's a
spoil
thing.
your
No
heart.
matter what it is, I can tell you it's a thing. It's not like a... Because a red herring is like complete fake. Like, oh, it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
It's just... It's not that. There is massive things about it.
You seemed a little like. Did you just you just said to me like? Did you just sneeze? Like you seemed surprised that I mentioned it. So I don't know.
Yeah, well, that's partly me, and also partly because he's not actually ever heard of that name until then.
Yeah. You're like, what are you talking about? You Styrian for? I'm like, I don't know. It just seemed weird to me. The whole thing. It's gotta.
It's
It feels
clear
like it
that
fits.
Resden knows how to play people like a fiddle, but he's not. He doesn't know much about the outside world. He knows his world very well, but perhaps that's why he's tired of it.
Yeah, I could definitely see satyrs hating the Feywild because it's you live there for so long. They live like 800 years or whatever. And they get bored.
Maybe he just has bigger aspirations, like yourself, Ember. Maybe why he took a liking to your idea about burning down his own home. He sort of burnt a bridge. Now he's got only forward.
Yeah, I thought he might actually appreciate that. That's kind of. It was definitely a snap decision. Like I'm
Sure
not
you
gonna
did.
act like I planned this,
He was
but
trying to incite a riot so that he can control everyone. He just leant into it and was like, you know what? Yes, let's burn everything. Burn it all.
Well, I mean, in a way, you did kind of break the spell, so it did do what you were trying to do.
It did.
A little bit messy, but
I was trying to see how far an emotion carry weight in the Feywild. They carried it pretty far.
It did. It launched out like fireworks. As per that artwork I kind of sent. Like,
Good artwork.
so it's small. Yeah, it's there.
The deal with this king of squirrels is
Yeah.
bring him the
He's a
golden.
character.
I
Yeah,
can
he's
only
a character.
imagine. I can.
Wacky.
Did you guys meet? Did you meet him, Kishan? That's
I don't think Kashan did, but a few of
No.
the others did.
yeah, the others did. Okay, that's interesting. Might pay a visit to him if you want.
Yeah, it really depends on Daya. She's.
let's
this is
see how
her.
much we get done.
Yeah, that's true.
I am starting to feel the time crunch.
Oh,
Sarah Jane, are you you're really good at keeping notes for especially for your backstory? Are you starting to piece together what's happening here? Is anything making sense to you? Or are you
Nope,
just
I have no
as
idea.
lost as I am.
I
Okay.
am absolutely lost. I'm just as
Yeah.
lost as you guys. I have no idea what's going on.
That surely must be starting to stress Daya out. Like she must start
It's
really.
stressing Sarah Jane out. I tell you what, like,
Okay.
because in terms of what Daya has come here to learn, she has learned basically nothing. She's learned that she needs to talk to, I think, Kesserask. We haven't talked to him. She the comet is her timepiece, but she doesn't know if the fact that it's disappeared means anything. She still doesn't need to know what she needs to do. If there's something that she needs to do, how she would do it, she doesn't know anything. And all she knows right now is that time is running out and that every little side quest we go on is taking her away from that goal. So I am perfectly happy to keep running little side quests, but in terms of Daya is definitely on a schedule, and the longer she's kept from that, the harder she's going to be. The more hard-hearted she's going to be in that she was not willing to help those satyrs because it was going to involve time. And she has very little interest in freeing anyone from the wild hunt because, well, they've got their own problems, she's got her own problems. And
if the stars can be taken from the sky, can the sun and the moon be taken from the sky?
That is a good question.
It's something you should bring up in front of Riston. He seemed to assume that you guys were thieves when you first spoke about the hut, and that has its own implications as well. But anyway, we should sign off, and
Yes, yeah, sorry.
we will. No worries. it's good to talk after game, just about thoughts and feelings about where it's going and how much you feel like you've accomplished, even though it's like there's so much. Thank you very much for watching. We'll be back live again next week, and tune in on tomorrow for Curse Breakers and the Last Resort Company. Thank you very much. Bye bye.
Last resorts.
Bye bye.